Okay, we are live. Welcome, everybody, to the kind of lackluster, last-minute thrown together live commentary. Why am I doing the air quotes? Of the Trucker Convoy 2022 that is arrived in Ottawa, I believe, as of this morning. I originally wanted to, I made another channel for doing more of stuff like this because this is more of like my gaming and tech-esque channel. And so I definitely didn't plan on doing this stream here because I kind of want to keep things separated because I kind of just want to be able to have two different environments going, one for one sort of thing, one for another sort of thing. You know, like, because, I don't know, you try to combine too many things into one channel, all of a sudden some people are like, I'm not really here for that. So you kind of create the two different spaces to do the different things. But there's lots of stuff that I plan to just begin to commentate on and talk about more. I want to get more into that space, and so that's what I'm going to be doing. YouTube hasn't quite given me the 24-hour go-ahead to start streaming on the new channel yet, which is weird because I think I made it longer than 24 hours ago. Anyway, so why am I saying all this? So it's a big day. Hopefully everything's going to be going well. It seems so far that the rhetoric has been, like, from the trucker side of things, not the mainstream media side of things, but from the trucker side of things, it seems like the rhetoric's been very good in the sense that, like, there's a lot of people that are just like, keep it peaceful. Like, I was watching this one stream earlier that it's like, if anybody's going to come on and talk about violence or anything else, try to cause trouble, we're going to boot them. People like Lauren Southern are talking about how if you see anybody trying to break stuff, breach limits, report them, stuff like that. Essentially, like, do what's right. I think that the vibe here, hopefully, and what it definitely seems to be so far, is do what's right, do it well, do it peacefully. Go out there, make your voices heard, don't be an idiot, stuff like that. And it seems so far like it's just... I don't know that there's ever been an event in recent Canadian history as organic as this that's garnered so much support. Like, you could argue that, Canada Day is a thing, like, it's like 4th of July for the States, is just a thing that we're kind of almost trained into doing. This, completely organic, as far as I understand. The media, more or less, has been against this since early on, or at least not necessarily honestly reporting on it, although it seems like they're changing their tune now that it's arrived. I could be wrong about my exact, tracking of their coverage, like, because I haven't really been paying much attention to that. I'm just going off of what I've heard, so, fact check me, bear with me, whatever. So we're here, and essentially I just wanted to go full screen just to kind of talk about that. So right now I got the Canadian Convoy 2022 live IRL from Half Baked TV. I got a couple other things opened up here as well. I believe this is on the highway coming in. They apparently stopped at Arnprior about, I don't know, 10 or 12 hours ago. If you look at Patrick King on Facebook, I believe is his name. I believe he's the guy that tried to go to court over COVID stuff in Alberta, and so it seems like he's on the case again here. And this is not his stream, obviously. I don't even know if he's live right now. Last I checked, he wasn't, but you'd probably go find him on Facebook. Right now, this is just, on the highway coming in. Arnprior's, like, as far as I understand, because I stopped there before when I went to school in Ottawa. That was, several years ago now. That is, like, about an hour outside of the city. So we got people coming on through here. Look at the amount of flags real quick. Like, so this is not the best shot here. But if you go to any of the other stuff where people are live on the ground, walking around, like, look at the amount of flags. The patriotism is in the air. I mean, like, I think we're at this interesting kind of, impasse here, where it's like, so the reasonable person in me wants to kind of give as much credence as possible, or as much of an ear to that which is reasonable. But the only thing is that we're getting to the point where, no matter what side you're on, there's never going to be necessarily 100% correctness. And by that I essentially mean, like, I'm definitely more on the freedom side of things. I hope I've been that way throughout definitely most of this. I started to have some skepticisms of things probably, or some concerns about things and lockdowns and etc. probably back in, let's say, end of April of 2020. And so since then, you take in a variety of different media sources to try to hopefully well-round yourself. because if you're looking at just one source on anything, you could be very, potentially susceptible to bias, any kind of things like that. And so you want to, I think my solid recommendation would be, listen to everybody. As a professor of mine said, what was the exact quote? I want to do it justice. It was, listen to everyone, trust no one, make up your own mind. As a Christian, I would make some additions to that. The only one who we really should feel confident in trusting always is God. And other than that, I mean, everybody else can make mistakes. So I mean, you got to take that in mind, but you got to also really look at the heart of what's going on here, right? So we're all just a bunch of people that I think just want to see some good changes happen. And why do I say, regardless of what side you're on, you're never 100% agreeable, essentially, is because no one, I was just talking about this the other day, no one is ever going to be completely in agreement. Like, you're never going to have everybody in complete agreement on one thing, probably ever, because there's always going to be some reason against it. Like, essentially, I'll break it down for this current situation. So we have two sides, pro-freedom, pro-security. This is very much the pro-freedom side of it. I'm very much on the pro-freedom side of it. It's time to be brave. You got to just be honest, because otherwise, who knows how well we're going to get out of this. So essentially, pro-freedom side, it's a lot of people that essentially just want their lives back. They just want some normalcy, and like legit normalcy, not vaccine passports, not get umpteen amounts of jabs. Like what is the safe word to use for that on YouTube now? Who knows? But essentially, like, the stream probably could get pulled at any minute. I mean, you got to diversify nowadays. You got to be on alt tech. You got to be on, BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble, whatever. Diversify a little bit. Have backup plans, etc. Because YouTube's getting crazier all the time nowadays. So anyway, you gotta. No matter what side that you're going to be on for this, so like I would side with the pro-freedom side of this situation. Like, there's always going to be a level of risk to anything. Is essentially what I'm trying to say. There's going to be a level of risk to being pro-freedom, because right now everybody's out and about. You got people that might have legitimate concerns, or some people that maybe just bought in the other side of the aisle, where it's like, oh well, there's people congregating, and it's going to spread COVID, and think about all the other people with compromised immune systems. Well, the pro-freedom side would very much be pro-personal responsibility as well. So essentially, if you have concerns about getting COVID, don't go. You know what I mean? Stay home. Protect yourself. Take those precautions in your life. If you have compromised immune systems, health issues, maybe you shouldn't be out at certain things like this anyway. If you're concerned about COVID right now, or are we supposed to call it the coof? What are the safe words to keep you from getting throttled by the algorithm nowadays? But essentially, it's just like you got to be reasonable. I think that's one of the things that I'm very much a promoter of, is let's be reasonable as a people. And it feels like over the last, year or so, we've lost a lot of the ability, actually over the last 2 years, we've lost a lot of the ability to simply be reasonable as people. And so I think that at least if we can try to maintain some of that humanity and all this, and I think that's what a lot of these people want to do, is they want to do what's right. I'm in a position where I'm like, I definitely vibe with a lot of this pro-freedom stuff. In terms of how exactly we're to go about it, I'm still kind of thinking and humming and hawing and trying to figure that out. Because, as a Christian, it's like, we are to honor, the laws of the land, to obey the laws of the land, and to, honor, your government and things like that. But at the same time, I'm getting at that kind of that place where we need to very critically analyze what God's word says and really understand what the context of our current time is. And so what does that mean? It's probably different for every person. And I don't have all the answers, but essentially we need to think about, okay, what is the modern day version of the government proclaiming themselves to be God? And what is the modern day version of the government asking you to bow? If they are indeed playing God. Now this, of course, hinges on the fact of, are they actually doing it, right? So again, be reasonable, like actually be critical in your thinking and in your own life in terms of analyzing what's going on. I think that you have to be real. You got to seek God. You got to pray on it. But essentially, it's like one of the key examples I think that's good to use is, do you believe that your rights are given to you by God or by the government? because different countries may have a different perspective. But like, for example, as far as I know about the U.S., in the States, they believe, I believe either through their constitution or other letters that are kind of part of that governmental structure, they believe that the rights are given to them by God. And if people are elected agreeing to that principle, or that structure, that way that things are set up, that belief, and they then proceed to take away those rights or put up, blockages to those rights, whatever, remove, etc., and they acknowledge when they got into office that these rights are given to you by God, and they themselves are now trying to take them away. In that moment of them trying to remove God-given rights, are they themselves in that moment proclaiming themselves to be God? I think that this is a good question. Depending on who you ask, different people might give you different answers, but like, we need to start critically thinking. And a lot of people have already been critically thinking, but we need to really start to really analyze everything and really think about it, because we're now in the time where if you do not kind of figure out where you are in all of this, it might be very difficult for you to kind of navigate the coming times, situations that we're presented with. Should you be pro-vaccine passport or not, or anti-vaccine passport? I mean, like, another thing that, even if you want to just be reasonable again about it, there's two questions everybody needs to ask themselves. How much and how long? How much are we expected to do? And for how long are we expected to do it? That matters, because I think everybody pretty much was on board with, 2 weeks to slow the spread and doing those measures in the beginning, closing your businesses, whatever. I think everybody, especially in Canada, was very on board with that, and even past that point was very on board with it. But eventually there comes a time where you have to ask, okay, looking at history, looking at what we've passed before in terms of pandemic sicknesses, etc., as far as I understand, the Spanish flu only lasted about 2 years in terms of its actual, definement of how long it went on for. As far as I know about the H1N1 pandemic, it went about a year. Once jabs were made available, they either gave people time off to go get them or something else, and after that, the WHO apparently declared the pandemic over. Go look that up yourself. I could be slightly off on my history tracking, but essentially, it's like things feel different this time. It feels like we have, because it was all about biding time in the beginning. We're going to slow the spread, plank the curve, whatever you want to call it, because we don't want to overwhelm the hospital system. We're essentially biding time for jabs, right? Well, we got the jabs, we got the boosters. When is it good? When is it over, right? I think a lot of people are asking themselves these questions and really thinking hard about it, where some people may see no end in sight to this. Like, when you hear people talk about the new normal and everything else, you could go off on a big tangent about that topic, let me tell you. But it's essentially this. People are faced with the reality that life as they knew it might not be coming back as they hoped it would after some amount of time, right? Now, I could be wrong about this, right? I do not know what the future holds. But when people are faced with that reality of not knowing essentially when they're going to be able to just live their lives regularly again, some people just might be at a real standstill where they're like, they keep saying this, but then they keep doing that. It's like, and fill in the blank on what those things are. Each person probably has their own versions of what those fill in the blanks could be. But essentially, it's like, it doesn't seem like every time we work up to this is the point where we're going back to normal, it's never really completely normal. Like, it's not like it was before. And it seems like there's always that potentiality to double back again. So what we saw with how in the summer, it took forever to open up. It took like 3 months from more of a lockdown or closed down state to an opened up state. And then around August, we finally kind of got normalcy back. But then, Omicron and everything else comes out. And then literally within the span of like a week-ish, we went from like regular-ish December, big-ish, regular-ish, to, okay, Quebec lockdown, apparently. They're talking about, recommending limitations for gatherings. Maybe there is even a mandate for that. I don't know if it was actually mandated or just recommended. And so then you're going through all of these things, and this even applies to those who had gotten the jabs and who are considered fully jabbed, right? And so it's like, eventually when people realize, like Lauren Southern talked about, like this creates an interesting spawn point for the vaxxed and the unvaxxed, where it's like, if it doesn't even matter at a certain point whether you have it or not, you still get locked down, then what's the point? What's the benefit? Because people, I think initially were kind of sold this idea that like this jab or 2 jabs, whatever amount of jabs, is your ticket out. Do this and you'll get your life back. And when people see that this is not the reality, at least for a very short time, is it only partially the reality? And I say that because you might have been jabbed, but you still had to have your papers ready or whatever app kind of thing they got going on to get into the restaurant. Like, we need to start literally analyzing everything about our lives right now and compare it to 5 years ago or even just 2018, 2019 and be like, what has changed? Like, remember the times where you used to just be able to go in and get ice cream and eat it there regardless, and nobody asked you questions? Nobody checked it. Oh, do you got your flu shot? Do you got your whatever? Like, that was not a concern. Do you remember when you could just go sit in a restaurant on a nice Sunday or whatever with your family and there was no fear in the air? There was no concerns about people's proximity. One of the things I could still catch myself sometimes thinking about is, do you remember a time when you could gather with people at an event, like I think about E3 or, a concert, whatever your vibe is, and people are just crowded around and that was normal. There wasn't any back of the mind hesitations or preconceived notions about, wait, there's a level of extra risk associated with that. There's something that's off, like, remember all of those times in your own life where you had these experiences where it was just normal life. Now keep that in your mind as this is what normal is like, and then compare it to what we have now and what they say is getting back to normal. And even when there was a period of time where we were supposedly getting back to normal, it still wasn't normal. Like, tell me in all honesty that it was just like 2019 in the summer of 2021. You know what I mean? It's like, it still wasn't, right? And so we need to keep that in mind of what the reality of getting back to normal is. And we need to there should be some critical element to analyzing that, because it seems right now like we could be just very easily coaxed into okay, this is life but with some extra added on legalities or processes, and it's like, that's okay, well then that's still technically not normal. Like, what is normal about having your papers whenever you go anywhere? You know what I mean? Or not being able to go somewhere if you don't have certain medical procedures. Like, that's not normal. We need to be honest about that. And like, I understand the concerns from people that have legitimate concerns, right? The people that are like, well, I have whatever kind of situation going on medically. If I got the coof, it could end poorly. Yeah, like, for some people that is a legitimate concern and they're still very much in that kind of mentality. The experience that I've had over the last, year is that you could be so protected. You could have done everything right, or be in a safe place, and stuff can still happen to you. So I encourage that at some point, I recommend first of all, you gotta get right with God. Have like eternity in mind, and there's a certain point where life is always going to have a certain amount of level of risk, but that is part of living. And so at some point you have to live your life, right? Now, I understand for some people that might look a little bit different, because some people, their risk assessment is different than others. But at the end of the day, how long is the world to be, in a way, held hostage or limited in their ability to live their lives for the sake of a certain percentage of people, which as time goes on are supposedly getting increasingly protected? Essentially, when is enough enough? When have we done enough? When have we achieved the goal, whatever the goal is, and when do we return afterwards? And essentially it's like, that is a critical question. That is a critical question, and it could be different for everybody. I keep kind of dancing around this because it's like, if anything, nowadays so many people are just afraid to say anything, and that's a real shame of where we've kind of gotten as a society, where there used to be a time where you could just have some civil, talk and discourse over whatever. And now it's like everybody's so concerned about being called a racist, a science denier, this, that, and the other thing. Everything in the book, all these words, all these names, sometimes they just mean absolutely nothing. Language gets devalued more and more as time goes on by just throwing these words around all the time, like at stuff that's like ridiculous. And so at a certain point, you have to simply not care. You have to simply not care what other people think. You should really only care about what God thinks. And if your only obedience really is to God and pleasing God and loving others in the context that's in, then, ideally that would make, some people in power very afraid of a population that only fears God. Because if they only fear God, then, their lives, they can't be controlled by fear over things like a virus. They're going to simply, say their piece, and just not be concerned about what's going to happen to them. Now, even though there's that mindset, it's still very, part of honoring God is doing things a certain way. And one of the things that sometimes is a concern is that in the endeavor to, resist certain things that are really ridiculous, I fear in a way that we can kind of lose the plot, especially as Christians and people, whether it be on the right or otherwise. Just that, we don't want to do the right thing the wrong way. And I think that that's important as well. And that's something that kind of can concern me, is if we start to lose the plot, then that will not be good, I don't think. And so that's why the rhetoric around this so far from people that are actually on the ground that are involved, it seems like they're trying to do the right thing the right way. And that's really good. And so that should be commended. You got people showing out en masse here, as you can see right now. And again, I'm going to let you know the channel, Half Baked TV. I want to give proper shout outs because, I want to give credit where credit is due. If I was there, I just got my GH5 in the mail the other day. I don't have a lens for it nor adapter yet to use other lenses on it yet, but if I was in Ottawa right now, because I was there for school and I just basically wanted to finish school there and then get out, wanted to just be out of the cities. But if I had a lens and I was there, I'd be on the ground with these people right now, covering what's going on, trying to interview certain people if there's any people there. I would try to be involved, and I want to, get my voice in on the topic, right? And just, film what's happening, document what's happening, and be there, be a part of it, because this is a pretty wild moment in history. It's quite something. But since I'm not there, I'm very far away from there, I will, just kind of say my piece on it, watch other coverage, support the good independent journalists out there that are doing the good work, because the way that the media is going right now, this is very critical that we have, independent voices that are not bought out. And this is the tough thing, again, with not being allowed to discuss certain topics. As soon as you air any skepticism, you're lumped in with a crazy bunch of people right away. And a lot of these people, I would wager, are not all that crazy. Drew Hernandez, shout out to him on Twitter, said, tyranny is not a conspiracy theory. If you know your history, you know that bad things have happened and probably will continue to happen. And if people forget their history, they're probably doomed to repeat it. So it's we need to stop with all the crap of oh, far right, this alt-right racist, white supremacist, blah, blah, blah. The fact that Larry Elder gets called the black face of white supremacy when he runs against Gavin Newsom and he's a black guy. This, we are in clown world. We are in clown world, and we need to start being honest about that and admitting that. And if people is oh, well, but he's a Trump supporter, he's whatever. It's dude, look at the guy's policies. Does anyone want to talk policy anymore? I'm talking about specifically Larry Elder right now. What were Larry Elder's policies? Look at those policies with an actual critical eye. Let's have a little humility. It's we probably lost a lot of that. And this can happen on either side. Either side can get so dug in that we all say, oh, well, but. It's well, okay, in some cases that's actually, warranted. But we also need to have the humility to admit when we're wrong. And that goes for all sides, right? But it's look at what's going on right now. Look at the heart of it. And, determine within yourself, does it seem good? Does it seem legit? You know what I mean? This is amazing. It makes me emotional every now and then to just see people with such support and patriotism for just simple things like freedom. Freedom, your fundamental rights, just wanting their genuine lives back. In like we talked about, in full proper normalcy. Because what we've been given thus far is not normal. And we talked about, the original point of all these measures was to kind of bide time for jabs and things like that, for medical procedures to be developed, right? Well, it's we have those. So why are we still what are we biding time for now? Well, we don't want to overwhelm the healthcare systems. This is one of my biggest pet peeves, because the only thing that mainstream Canadian media and everything and politicians have to go on is we don't want to overwhelm healthcare systems. We have literally used that same statement for like the past 2 years. How has a Western first world country not been able to help remedy that issue to where it's not such a major concern anymore for the past 2 years? Like, we need to have a little bit of level, again, of humility and honesty to say, do you guys care enough about remedying that specific issue to do something about it and fix it? So, like, what I was asking before, because I am not an expert. I could be completely wrong. It could be like, yo, dude, you're off base here. If I am, okay, feel free to prove me wrong on this. But, like, just think about it. Critically think about it. Be like, hey, you know, we have warehouses that could be outfitted with extra beds. We have, you know, all of these other things. If it's really about public health, is it that hard? Like, apparently China built a hospital in 10 days. We could have at least done something like that in 4 months. Like, something. If it was that critical and big of a deal, we could have done something to remedy the only reason that they continuously use for all of these measures, these mandates and everything, is we don't want to overwhelm our healthcare system. It's always at a critical breaking point. You know, even though data on Omicron, I could be wrong, but so far, what I saw from Dr. Chris Martinson, shout out to his channel, Peak Prosperity, is it seems like the data is showing it to be much milder, right? It seems like everybody's going to catch it as well, more or less. You know, so at some point you have to say, you know, we got to live our lives. We got to move forward. You know, are people going to live in fear forever? That is the thing. You have to ask yourself in that kind of perspective. Do you want are you okay with this being a forever thing? Because the way that things are going, it's like they just trying to gently, you know, coax us into, you know, just accepting certain things as normal, and, you know, kind of maybe forgetting what normalcy is, redefining what normalcy is. And it's like, are you okay with that? You have to ask yourself, you know, look in your heart, critically ask yourself, pray on it, be like, am I okay with the idea of these measures, showing your papers to get, you know, a cup of coffee in a restaurant for a sit down, you know, or a meal for a sit down in a restaurant? Am I okay with having this be life now? Because it might as well be in a certain way, because it's like every time it's like, well, we're going to look based on the numbers if we're going to go back to normal. And then it just seems like it could double back at any minute if the case numbers are high enough. We need to be looking at actual fatalities as well, because case numbers, especially with Omicron, you know, through the roof. But let's look at, you know, what is the actual, you know, casualty amount? Are people, you know, dying en masse? You know, all of these things, like, which is just, you would assume is normal science. Greetings from Europe. Oh, welcome. Oh, Domfrim. It's been a while. My goodness, he's one of my old watchers from the Twitch days in the early days of the pandemic. So yeah, shout out to him. I mean, it is crazy times. You know, Europe, and hopefully the whole world is watching what is going on right now, because Canada has impressed me in a way, because I would, you know, rant the odd time, like about a month ago or whatever, or even just over the past couple of years, like, Canada, we never do anything. You know, like, sometimes politicians will talk about Canada, and it's like, who cares? Who cares about Canada, right? Well, it seems like a lot of people care about their country right now, which is fantastic. I was out there at the corner of my local community, support the truckers. The video is on the Daily Event, recently made channel. It's the only video on there right now. I do plan on, you know, putting more content out there, and I bought some new equipment. You might see there's a light back there, one of the floodlights. I broke the ground pin off the other one, but I'll have to fix that up. Now I'll have 2 floodlights, trying to work on the lighting, camera setup. You know, audio's kind of been there, but anyway, I've lost my train of thought now. Hopefully the whole world is watching this right now and just seeing that, you know, the power that is in the hands of the people to simply do something. Because I think you know, on a personal level, you know, being a Christian, being somebody of faith, it's like, I don't necessarily know what to do sometimes. I know what I want to do, but I don't know if it's what is right to do, you know? But I feel like I can't do nothing. And I hopefully that's everybody else's, or at least a majority of the other people's perspective, where it's like, they don't really know what's right to do, they don't really know what to do, but they can't sit by and do nothing. Because at the very least, there's something to work with there. And do it for good. I will also add that as well, because people will probably try to clip streams like this and say, look at all these far-right people on the internet saying blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, chill out. You know what I mean? Like, when you see people with trucks that have, trying to think of what the exact quote was, but essentially just like, freedom, freedom convoy, mandate freedom, freedom over fear, you got posters about God, all these other things. It's like, that says something about the kind of people that are behind this. Now, sure, you got the occasional F Trudeau flag, you know what I mean? Which I'm not a supporter of that kind of way of doing it, because I just don't think that that's right. I don't think that that's a godly way to do it, to use, like, cuss words against our government leaders. I understand the frustration, but I just don't think that's the way forward. I think the way forward is you got your Canadian flags, you got your province flags, you got your freedom flags, don't tread on me, whatever. And it's like, you got your actual good things that you're using. You're out there. You're just simply being with people, sharing a good meal, maybe conversation, some coffee, you know what I mean? And you're just making your voices heard. You're doing what's right. You're doing it peacefully. It matters how we do it, because one of the things I was talking about with somebody else about this is stuff like this is ripe for false flags. All you need is one loonie in here and not the coin. Canadians out there will get what I'm saying. All you need, like, all that would happen to completely derail a good thing like this is you just have one crazy guy that does something dumb or really bad, and then all of a sudden this entire event is smeared as a terrible thing, right? Like the news talking about how some people want this to be Canada's, and I quote, January, and I quote, 6th. I chop it up like that because if people clip the video and they try to smear people, you gotta, I almost think that people need to say half their sentence over here and the other half of the sentence over here. So when they try to clip things together, your head will be moving back and forth and people will be like, hey, wait a minute, this video's not right. It's like, because, man, so many things get doctored, so many things get used against you nowadays. Welcome to the internet. But all it takes is one guy to do something that's not so great, and all of a sudden the entire movement gets smeared, and, it's all botched. And, and then people are afraid to do anything in the future because they're afraid that somehow it's going to be used against them. Somehow something's going to derail. So we need to really keep our... Oh, dear. Looks like police are arresting somebody. We got to keep our cool, guys. Got to keep our cool. Let's get some audio here. Okay, half-baked TV. Okay, so it seems like the guy's French, I'm guessing. Oh, by the way, Quebec's kind of gone crazy. I think I saw a video from Rebel News the other day on Twitter where they're literally, like, dragging people out of crowds, or not dragging, but, like, they're taking people out of crowds to issue tickets if they're not wearing a mask while they're, like, outside. So, like, we gotta chill out. We gotta chill out. Because, like, it's just, it's too much. It's like, you're outside, even if you have COVID, you're outside, and I didn't see that same, I don't remember seeing any of that same kind of rhetoric when there were other protests going on a year ago, or 2 years ago. So I think we need to at least be fair, Like, if you're going to let them protest, let other people protest too. Everybody's got that right, as far as I understand it's in our charter, to be able to protest, but do it right, don't do anything violent, chill out, everybody stay calm, stay peaceful. That's the way through this, do it right. Don't do the right thing the wrong way. So I don't know what that was about. Maybe he was getting loud, causing a ruckus. I have no idea. I was busy looking at the camera. Maybe you guys saw on screen. But essentially, yeah. I'll get some stream beats going here. Shout out to Harris Heller for making those stream beats. But essentially, yeah, this is a time where we gotta really just... We gotta do what's right. We gotta do it right. Okay. So we got some background music. It's probably pretty low. We'll see. I don't want it to be too loud, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get a friend of mine to be on the ground there, and see if he can get some first-hand account kind of footage of what's going on. But because it's always good to have people that at events like this. But yeah. I'm reaching out to one of my friends in Ottawa to see if he wants to come on and kind of co-commentate with me, because he's actually in the city right now, so he'll kind of have a little bit of a perspective on traffic is like. I was talking about this with a family member of mine, I think, and I'm like, man, it's probably just going to be gridlocked. Like, right now, it's like, you're looking at this on the ground right now. You see what it's like here. You know, where am I at? So some live streams are going, some are not. This is from Global News. You know, you got like people, you know, lining the streets. You got all these trucks. I'm not sure how far it goes on for, but you know, you don't even need a whole lot of vehicles to gridlock a situation like this when everybody's like just stopped. So, and these trucks aren't exactly easy to turn. You know what I mean? Like, there's no 3-point turns on regular roads with these things. So it's like. But here's another thing. Don't let people psyop the Gadsden flag, which is the yellow flag with the snake on it that says "Don't tread on me." From what I know about it, which I don't know a vast history, essentially it's just the libertarian flag, which is like, leave me alone. See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't support the cuss flags, but, you know, PPC represent, you know, Gadsden flag, don't tread on me, simple, like, you know, personal freedoms and personal responsibility. The good vibes, the good things. That's what we need to stick with here. Brought that flag out to the corner the other day to support, because I mean, like, you gotta get, you know, behind the good movements. You know what I mean? Because like, people talk about, like, you know, activism and all these other things, and I think to a degree, you know, the whole social justice movement has been very misguided, and as a result kind of ruined the term activism, if it had any kind of genuine sort of you know, optic in the past. And I think that we need to you know, we need to not just trend hop and like look at like I try to hedge my words here a little bit carefully, but essentially it is a good idea and something that we should all do, myself included, and we should all do more of. Is what we should do is we should inform ourselves about what a cause is about, and be willing to look into that a little bit before we just fully put all of our support behind it. And I'm even kind of looking at myself here, like, where I don't even know a whole lot about the trucker movement, but from what I do know and from what Rebel News has reported on, what I've heard from people involved in the movement, is that it's a good thing, you know, and people just want their lives back. People just want their freedoms back. It's important to look at the intentions of the people that are, you know, kind of head-manning the movement, because you want to be careful you don't get duped, because the emotional manipulation has been wild over the last year or two, and you want to have your wits about you, because at any point, you know, people, like, because everybody's so built up on feelings, you know, nowadays everybody's always, you know, just going based off of feelings and stuff like that, and people are so easily psyoped, people are so easily like taken advantage of by this emotional manipulation and social conditioning, that you have to constantly look into what is the motive. You know, are people just grifting? Are people just trying to get, you know, free money by trying to bring up issues that are soft spots with other people? Or do people actually care about doing something good? And I think that this is one of those examples, well, where I hope hopefully everybody here just cares about doing something good, you know, and just doing what's right, just wanting their lives back. I mean, and you got, like, ask yourself, especially if you've been in a city, or if you live in a city, or even in your local community, if you've ever seen, oh wait, let's hear what we got here. Because this is the interesting part where, you know, the mainstream media will try to say one thing, and you have to be careful, because I'm wondering if they're like, how they're portraying it right now. But you got regular people that'll probably go up to the CTV news camera and be like, you know, whether they call them fake news or otherwise. Like, it's not that everything that they say is a lie, because I'm sure that that's probably not the case. I think it's just that you have to look at the reality and look at it critically and see that, okay, if I know that XYZ is one thing and they're saying XYZ is another thing, and you can have a legit source to verify why it is what you know it to be, and they're saying the opposite, you have to ask yourself, are they being negligent? Are they being uninformed willingly? Are they being ignorant willingly? Or are they lying intentionally? These are again critical questions you have to ask yourself. What's the motive? What's the reason why they're covering it the way they are? How does it benefit them? Is there money meaning behind it, and you have to ask yourself these real questions. And it might sound, oh, that's ridiculous to say that about our media. Well, I mean, you probably don't have to look very far before you can find news stories that they got wrong, that they could have done a little research and known the opposite case. Or you can just be like, maybe if they're genuinely getting this wrong, maybe they're just not doing their job well. You know what I mean? So it seems like the narrative from the mainstream media side of this has changed. Because Kian Bexti from Rebel News, shout out to him on Twitter. Twitter handle was talking about how but he was saying the media narrative went from people protesting road conditions to something like car ride experience or something like that. That was the narrative on the Trucker Convoy within 24 hours. I'm not sure if that's exactly accurate because I haven't quite seen those headlines, but if it is indeed true, that's quite something. And that will hopefully show a lot of people that it is true that that's what's happening in terms of the portrayal from the mainstream media. Dishonest. They are indeed being dishonest about this, and people know what the reality is. Hopefully that will cause people to think and calculate where they're putting their trust. Like I said earlier, listen to everybody. Listen to everybody to make sure that you don't get tricked either, But have that in your mind where, you gotta be willing to call a spade a spade. You gotta be willing to realize if a source is bad. And if a source is bad, then keep that in mind while watching it. But still, look at all the sources. Look at all the sources. What's the harm of all the sources? Even when people tell you to not look at all the sources, maybe that is greater cause for concern. If they want you to be, willfully ignorant to any other source, and just only look to them, that's cause for concern. That's cause for concern because, what are they really saying? What are they really saying when they're saying that? Are they saying that, they want you to blindly follow them? Because isn't that kind of cultish? This whole last 2 years has kind of revealed some very interesting things. I think we've learned how fearful people are, or how fearful many people can be, whether it be in the church or out of the church. And I specify that because I think that people in the church that really have a strong connection to God should not be so fearful about losing their life. Although I still understand why there's that fear, because it's just a reality, because people want to live a long, good life. But I mean, if you're connected to God and you're saved and you're born again, then really we shouldn't fear death, and that's something that's worth noting. And so if churches are so fearful that they want to mandate vaccine passports and things like that, which I've heard based off of what I've read, that some churches or places of worship have made their own mandates, not an actual government enforced mandate, until apparently Quebec, I heard, made an actual provincial mandate that you weren't allowed to go to church without a vaccine. I heard that was the case. I heard that about maybe 3-4 weeks ago. I could be wrong about that. Maybe they doubled back. I don't know. But if that is indeed the case, then that is, I think, an actual biblical issue of where the church needs to stand up and say this is not okay, because now the government is saying who can and who can't enter God's house, right? Now, ideally, church is just where believers are gathered together in His name, right? Fellowshipping, talking about the word, things like that, worshiping. Essentially, that's church. Like, the church is, as far as I understand, and as far as like my understanding of kind of theology and in the Bible goes, like the church is so much beyond just a building, right? But still, if this is a place where believers congregate, and you're saying no, you cannot congregate to praise your God unless you do these things, well, you're creating these roadblocks to people encountering God. I don't see where that is like a biblically okay thing that the church should allow the government to do. And I challenge people to give me scripture and verse to where that's okay and we are to just go along with that. Because, like, in that moment, isn't government very clearly, like, declaring themselves to be God? And you remember Shamrock, Meshach, and Abednego, those boys. Remember what happened when they were told to bow? I do. So I think that, like, we got to keep that in mind. Do the right thing the right way. But we got to think critically, and we got to think honestly. Because, like, how many other places have people just had their lives completely changed and be like, no, you can't come here. You can't do this. It kind of pains me to see the videos, like whether you watch Mrs. Brown's Boys Christmas special of 2020 or 2021 or something like that, and you look at the rhetoric or the the phrases that were used. Thank you to our frontline, support the frontline. Thank you to the truckers. Thank you to the nurses. Thank you to the doctors. Thank you to all of these people that are doing that are doing this helpful thing. That are doing these things so that we can have our lives continue to run in terms of like getting food on the table and all these other things. Thank you for keeping the supply chains going. Thank you for working at the hospitals to help us get through this. Essentially, thank you to the front line for helping us to get through this pandemic, right? And now it kind of pains me to look back and see that perspective, because now you go and you look at it and you look at what's happening right now, where it's like, oh, well, if you don't comply with XYZ mandate, you're fired. After like, a year or whatever, year and a half of servitude to the cause of trying to get through this, right? And it's like, it just feels so like such a backstab. It feels so fake. And even like, I don't know that nurses and doctors were ever a main vector of transmission of COVID throughout this whole pandemic. So the idea that all of a sudden now it is crucial that they get the jab or they're fired, it's like, it just doesn't seem like, how we've treated this whole situation, it doesn't really feel like that makes sense. Like what I used to say, because some people say, oh, well, it's not about public health, it's about compliance. Trying to be reasonable from the beginning, I was like, well, I think it is about public health and a little bit, maybe there's some compliance stuff in there. Me trying to be reasonable, as time goes on, I would say it becomes less about public health and more about compliance. And you don't have to do a whole lot of research to kind of validate that point of view. Because when you know that you could spread it regardless, the only reason that they really say why you should consider certain medical procedures is because it will, lessen your chance of hospitalization and death. Which for some people like that's a very appealing reason. But when those are the only perks, as far as I understand, I could be wrong, but as far as I understand, those are the only perks. When that's the case, and you can still spread everything else, it's like, it doesn't really make sense to fire people, because it's like, if the transmission is just as likely, according to the CDC, viral load was the same in the jabbed and not jabbed for Delta, that might be the same for Omicron. It may very well be, considering that it seems like everybody's catching it roughly at the same kind of rate. Chris Martinson described it as a honey badger virus, where everybody's going to get it regardless of your medical status on it. And so if that's the case, then why fire people? Why fire truckers? Why say you can't work as a nurse unless you do this? Why fire people? Like, I've even heard stories, I don't know if this is true, but I believe it probably is true. Like, I've heard stories of people that work from home that didn't comply with all the stuff, and their job's at risk too, I think. And it's like, and you got some people that are veterans in the field. Like, Rebel News did a video on people that work for WestJet, where it's like, I think there was this one case where there was this pilot that literally had been an employee for like 20 years or 17 years or something, and now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's it's the jab or your job. And it's like, what level of respect for like the veterans of a trade or of a workforce to just be treated like that all of a sudden? And again, when the science doesn't even support that conclusion in that kind of way, where it's like, and again, the science, right? All these buzzword terms, right? And it's like, you would only have some form of grounds to make this statement legitimately if it stopped transmission, which it doesn't seem like it does. And if it does, it's for a short period of time, I think. I'm not a medical professional. Don't take any of this as medical advice, I guess, because it's like, do your own research, talk to your doctor. Like, I'm very much supporter of how Tim Pool breaks it down, where it's like, talk to your doctor. Don't take anything that I say as medical advice. Do not do that. Talk to your doctor. Everybody should talk to their doctor. That's why when you got politicians telling people, get the jab, do all these things, right? It's like, why not just tell people to talk to their doctors? Is that not a normal thing anymore? Just talk to your doctor. Like, why is that not okay to just say that? Why does everybody and their mom have to be on the TV saying, get this jab, get this thing, do that? And it's like, dude, chill. It's like, if anything, the level of antsiness at doing the thing, whatever the thing is, it's like, that's almost kind of cause for skepticism in itself. It's like, dude, it's like, chill. It's like, why, if your seatbelt works, why are you so concerned about whether I get my seatbelt? And it's like, and there's probably, reply guy comments about that as well. Well, this is the reason why, everybody should get the same thing. It's like, well, if it really worked and it stopped transmission, then why would everybody need to, do the same thing? It's just like, is your protection now null and void because of one dude somewhere who didn't? Like, it just, let's be reasonable. Like, can we do that? Can we be reasonable? I'm just kind of like ranting and nulling over the same points here, just kind of trying to fill the air. Because I want to be involved in this event. I want to commentate on it. Like I said, if I was there, I'd be on the ground. I'd be there with my camera, probably trying to find Maxime Bernier to interview him. Any of the other PPC staffers, try to interview those guys. Interview like anybody who's there. I'm not even sure if Artur made it, because Artur got arrested again, because apparently there was a warrant out for his arrest from Calgary. Like that was on I think Rebel News today or the other night, where it's like he got pulled over randomly. The guy ran his place, like, yeah, there's a warrant out for your arrest, and they arrested him. So it's like, I don't even know if he made it here yet. Hopefully he does. It'd be awesome to have Artur and Maxime and everybody else on like a stage somewhere here just talking. Like oh man, it feels like such a beautiful thing. Am I wrong in saying that this feels like such a beautiful event and time, and just Canadians just gathering together to be like, yes, we want our freedom back, we want our lives back, we want our rights back. We've done this long enough. I think at the very least it's like you have to weigh the odds, because like I said earlier, you could be pro freedom or pro security. There's there's dangers on both sides. You could talk about both, but you have to ask yourself, what is the greater risk? What is the greater risk in all of this? Because we have done roughly 2 years-ish of this. Do we want to do more? Why? What are we waiting for? What are we biding time for? We supposedly have the medical procedures to help. What are we waiting for now? What is preventing us from going back to normal life? Like legit, not normal with appendages or with extra add-ons. No, normal. Like 2019, 2018 life. What is preventing us from going back to that right now? The healthcare system is being overwhelmed. How have you not remedied this issue in 20 years? Or not 20 years, 2 years, my goodness. Have you? Well, maybe some people would claim it's been a problem for 20 years, but anyway, I digress. How have you not remedied this problem of overwhelming healthcare systems? Some people might say, well, we don't have enough nurses. Well, like, can you not fix that? Like, are there not more nurses that you could hire, that you could fast track? Like, I mean, you could talk about fast tracking and how, oh, well, I don't want somebody who is taught in, 4 months being at my bedside. And it's like, okay, would you rather be in the hall in a bed with no one? Like, take your pick, bud. Like, it's like, I kind of miss the days in a way during the Second World War where you could just like go to boot camp or whatever, get trained as a pilot with, I don't even know how quickly, I'm going to guess 6 months. I don't know how long it took to train people as pilots in World War II, but like we just did it, and like anybody who I guess was like considered relatively intelligent or had a degree or something, I'm not an expert historian on this, I could be wrong, but it seemed like there was this vibe around like the 40s where it's like, oh, you want to do this thing? All right, come, we'll train you up and you'll be off. And it's like, and it was just like that. It wasn't like these years and years and years to do this. It was like, no, we need people. So here, come on, join the fight. We'll train you up and we'll get you going. And it's like, I kind of miss when we used to do that. I understand why we kind of don't anymore, because there's certain levels of training that might take a while. And do you really want to fast track somebody? And do you think that it'll be a wise decision to do that? I get that. I get that criticism. But when you're, supposedly still in the middle of a pandemic, is it not worth it to at least do something like that? Not even for like important nurses, but fast track people that are literally just like busboys for the nurses. Like they're the assistant nurses. Like maybe they're not administering medications or anything else, but they're like going and getting things, they're cleaning stuff, they're moving beds, like they're doing things that you don't need some crazy degree for. Like, is that so outlandish to be like, yo, fix the issue, government, you're using the same excuse for the past 2 years? Like, is that not reasonable? You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of my take on it. I could be off base, I could be wrong, correct me, whatever. But it's like, it just feels a little ridiculous that you're going to use the same line for 2 years, and I don't know if they've, like, remedied it at all. I don't know. I really don't know. And it's like, if according to the numbers, let me look up currently what the live stats are, because I used to keep a pretty steady track on this. I'm going to look up the percentage of people jabbed, eligible, because that's the only number that matters. You're not going to look at the ineligible people. The number of eligible people jabbed in Canada. This is an important thing if we're supposed to trust the science, right? So eligible. Okay, so they messed up the data when they went from 12 and up to 5 and up, because it immediately dropped everything down, because we were like getting pretty close to 90% 12 and up one dose in like November, December-ish. Now, according to COVID-19 tracker, 88.844% of Canadians 5+ have received at least one dose. So we're going to round it up to like 88, 89% of people, at least one dose. 82.522% of Canadians 5+ are fully vaxxed. So you could round that up to 82.5, 83. A high percentage, 5+. There's probably 90. I'm just gonna guess. There's probably 90% 12+ fully vaxxed. And if you look at the data, mortality rates for people, especially under 12, do not seem to be that high. I think according to the CDC, fact check me, I could be wrong about this number. It's been a while. According to the CDC, I think only about 800 people. I think either 18 and under or 12 and under. Around roughly 800 people, under 18 or under 12, somewhere around there, have died. And I heard back when the number was 720, I heard about 700. I heard about 20 of those children were healthy. I could be wrong, but I heard that it was a lot of children that had pre-existing health conditions that were pretty rough. Maybe leukemia or something like that. So it's if that's the case, where people under 12, by and large, are not at risk of death from this, then, and you got 12+, I'm gonna guess almost 90% 12+ fully vaxxed. You got 10% of the country supposedly that isn't, right? How much can 10% spread across the entire country of Canada? How much can that small percentage overwhelm a healthcare system? And how do you know that 10% isn't already 50% natural immunity? You know what I mean? I don't know if anybody's reporting on those kind of numbers. Of the 10% of these supposed problem people, whatever you want to call it, my goodness, ridiculous. Of that 10% of people non-vaxxed, how many of those people have already had COVID and have that robust natural immunity, right? Where's the answer on that? Because I'm literally at the point where I feel even if we had 100%, we'd still have the same line about the healthcare systems. Because there still seems to be a portion of those people that may be hospitalized for a period of time. How long, I don't know. How many people, I don't know. But it just doesn't seem reasonable to blanket it and say no one would be in the hospital if everybody had gotten the medical procedures. I just think that's an unreasonable point to make. Prove me wrong if that's the case, but it just feels like an unreasonable point to make. Okay, with that said, even if you had complete compliance on that, I feel like they would still use, I have a hunch, maybe I could be wrong, but I have a hunch that they would still use the same line about we don't want to overwhelm the hospitals. How long are you going to use that line? Why haven't you fixed the problem? Are we allowed to expect this much? To fix an issue that they've harped on for a year and a half? Maybe. I don't know. It's time to just, be reasonable. When you see people, passing out coffee to each other, this is wholesome, guys. This is wholesome. I saw a video where people were passing out lunches to the truckers and stuff like that. That's some good Canadian spirit right there. And, I was talking to somebody the other day about this as well. It's whereas Canadians, we don't really have a unified cultural identity, really. Basically what it means to be Canadian is we're nice, we're polite, we say sorry a lot, we say and we drink beer and we like hockey, and we have cold temperatures and we shovel snow. There's all these kind of surface level things that kind of happen in Canada or happen in varying amounts that have been the cultural identity. And it's is that really all it means to be Canadian? Is we say we have cold weather, we drink beer, we have maple syrup, we apologize too much, and we're polite. Is that really the culmination of what it means to be Canadian? That I don't think that's a whole lot to go on. Whereas Americans, at least they used to, this is being very much been at war with over the last little bit in terms of a cultural identity there. But you go back 10-20 years, America very much has quite a strong cultural identity of what it means to be American, more or less, at least more so than Canada, I would wager. And so essentially all that said, if there's not really a proper unified Canadian identity, then moments like this kind of provide an interesting opportunity to choose right now what it means to be Canadian. Choose right now what being Canadian means, what a Canadian cultural identity is. This might be the defining moment of what it actually means to be Canadian, potentially. And if it turns out to be a really good thing, then fantastic. You know what I mean? Like, but you got some real you see that guy with the camera there? That'd be me. I'd be like there. I'd be like, maybe snapping some pictures, but mainly video. You got to get that video footage. Oh man, like it kills me a little bit to not be able to be there on the ground. Oh man, yeah. But I digress. So yeah, like maybe it's a time for choosing. It's a time for it's a time for choosing, what is the hill? What is the thing? What is the thing that you want to be known for as a country? What is the thing that as a people you want? Are we willing to unite around anything anymore? Like, this is a moment to decide if we are willing to unite around anything. Because there's been so much division, right? And you could argue that much of that's very intentional. But if people can finally wipe all the mud from their eyes and be like, yo, this is what's really going on, this is what really matters, we can all be on the same page for a moment, that's something. And that feels kind of like what this is. I mean, you got like, how many videos do you got to look at of people, small communities, large communities, lining up on the side of highways, or the side of bridges, in towns. When they were going through Sault Ste. Marie, you got people with their sleds, their snow machines up on the banks on the edge of the road. Everybody's cheering them on. You got all these cars watching. It's like, it seems like, Toronto, you got people coming out. Ottawa, you got, the droves here. It's like, how many people, like, apparently Trudeau says this is a small fringe minority of people with unacceptable views. I challenge him to say what's unacceptable about these views. See, this is interesting. There's points where the state has kind of made it obvious that they're not, vibing with the people, right? I'll put it that way. Where it's like, when you have like the recent bill that, I don't remember its exact nomenclature, its exact naming, but essentially it's like you're not allowed to, I don't want to butcher what the actual bill is, but essentially it's like, if you're trying to convince a child to not transition, then like you could be put in prison, I think, or something. Like, look it up yourself. It's a very recent bill. See something where it's like, essentially you're not allowed to convince a child to not transition, or maybe they shouldn't go through with it, or maybe they're not this other gender kind of thing. And like, the fact that has been passed into law where apparently that's illegal, if I'm getting this correct, fact check me. But if that is the case, then that's crazy. And like, that directly targets the church inadvertently or intentionally, who knows. But it's like, there comes a point where, especially as a Christian, it's like you have to make a choice. What are you going to stand on? What are you going to stand for? Are you going to stand for truth? Well, you're going to offend some people. And if the truth is offensive, chances are you may have been believing a lie, right? That's one of my quotes there. But anyway, so it's like, you gotta look at, like, what is the priority of the government? Are they doing things that the people want, and that are actual, like, things that are going to uphold freedom? Or is it just all like just more control, more division? Like, the fact that, like, why aren't you allowed to talk with somebody about maybe not transitioning? Like, why is it not okay? Because as Christians, we're going to advise against that. It's like, why is it not okay to talk about that? And it's like, why is it so, like, controversial? Like 10 years ago, it wouldn't have been so controversial. Like, that's, and it's one of those times where it's like, you got to be brave. And I think it's better off to assume that you will be hated, because then at the very least, you'll be pleasantly surprised if you are not hated for what you believe. Because that's the point where we're at. Everybody's like at each other's throats all the time, and it's like, you got to just be willing to say what needs to be said, stand up for the truth, and you got to be willing to take the hits. You got to be willing to take the flack. You got to be willing to, you got to count the cost. You got to just, like, you got to be willing to be like, yeah, I might be hated for what I'm saying, but if it's right, it's worth it. That's essentially where we got to be at. And like, I was, defending the good police in the summer of 2020. I made a video about that. But now it's like, I will still defend the good ones, but I will not defend the police that are doing unconstitutional things and are being completely ridiculous with all this COVID mandate stuff. Like, I'm not going to defend them. I'm not going to defend you, bud. Like, so it's like, that's just the reality, where it's like, I'm going to defend the good ones. I'm still going to defend the good ones, but the good ones hopefully will continue to do what's right and be like, this is ridiculous. Let's have some reasonability, some normalcy, some, like, let's just think. Let's just think. Process this for a second, And so it's like, hopefully that's where we're gonna get to, the point where, you know, we can see some sense, start seeing some sense again, you know. Let's see what we got going on right now. Let's check in on the ground again. Lots of horns, lots of horns. Okay, Real Pat King is now live. So if you want to go over to Facebook, The Real Pat King, you can watch his live stream and everything on ground as well. I mean, the internet's kind of all right today, or it's actually, it's good. It's good. My goodness. Trying to sign into my other account here. There we go. Okay. Buffering. Just buffering. Thank you to the viewers that are sticking with me. Okay, let's see. I predict that the Real Pat King will be booted off Facebook.
A block away from the hill. We're going to come around the corner, and I guess it's just nuts.
They cut the feed.
It's just nuts. We can't even get in here.
Let's walk down the street.
I'm already sweating, man. 40 below, and I'm already sweating.
Oh, it's not that cold here.
Yeah, 40 below.
Maybe
like,
not that cold, but it's cold.
even like when people say, like, you know, minus 30
we're
or
gonna
whatever
stay
with the wind chill,
recording all day today.
like there are times where it's that cold, but it's probably consistently around
Imagine it, man. Let me take a picture of you.
minus 25. Like in Ottawa, it's probably like minus 15, minus 18.
Everybody
Just
wondering
looking
where I
at
am.
the condition of the roads
Yeah,
with
you
all
bet.
the slush, like, I mean, that's probably mainly due to salt and
Yeah,
stuff.
you
but,
bet.
I'm thinking, yeah, it looks more like minus 15-ish.
Where to go? Thank you, Pat.
You bet, brother. Say hi to Canada.
Hi, Canada. Freedom.
Where you from?
Windsor, Ontario.
Windsor, Ontario.
Give me a link here.
Oh, la. What
Copy.
the hell?
And we're gonna share this on the Twitter. You could follow me on Twitter at YodenPlays.
All right, here's our rigs, guys.
Okay, the Real Pat King on Facebook Watch.
Some of them, yeah. The big ones are still gotta come. So the west is still rolling in right now.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. As far as the eye can see, let's go up this way.
See, this is good. You need to watch the independent journalists, because they're gonna show you like another perspective. You're gonna see a perspective that you're not gonna get from other people.
Look at it.
Yeah, no, we got some.
20.9 thousand.
Let's get it shared out there. Come on, guys. Show the world what's going on here. We need more shares. We need more shares. Let's go.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I remember Pat King when he was taking on the mandate. He was either taking on the mandates or something COVID related in Alberta. I don't know how long he's been in the game for.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta figure out.
My goodness, I don't know enough about how to operate.
Thanks, Ned.
There we go. Facebook.
Hola. Hola.
Yeah, no, I don't know how long the stream's gonna last. I feel like I don't know if Facebook's gonna get ban happy. I wouldn't put it past them because I mean, same with like YouTube. YouTube would not ban a stream like this, but like depending on what's said. But I mean, if things got like crazy, then maybe. But like I don't know. Okay. They apparently, I don't know if they were throttling. I heard from somebody that was in the Convoy the other day that they were throttling the chat, or no, maybe they were. I don't know. The website was going through some issues on Thursday, so I don't know. Like I've heard, like one of the ladies was saying that they were getting cyber attacked. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, like there is some stuff coming against these guys right now, trying to either silence them or limit their reach, and so that's maybe a sign that maybe everybody should pay attention and listen to see what's going on.
Get out of smoke.
Yeah, shout out to the Real Pat King on Facebook. That's where this live stream is from. Real quick, let's see what's going on the Twitter.
Hey, Pat, I'm just going to be right over there in front of the trucks. We're going to go over here in front of the trucks, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, get this shared out there. I want the world to see. No more mainstream media. This is what's going on in Canada. Hey? Come on, let's go! Let's go, Canada! Come on, baby! Come on! Get her shared out, guys. This is what the in between the trucks looks like.
Yeah,
Let's go. Pretty good. You're on Pat King's Live, bro. 22.4K. What do you got to say?
Internet issues.
Canadian. Happy to be Canadian.
I bet you are.
Oh dear. The troubles.
Anywhere else today, guys.
Right on, Bear Hawk.
I agree with that guy. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else
people
today. I mean, that's pretty
There's
good.
nothing like it.
Yeah,
Let's raise those vibes out there all around the world, you guys.
What
it's about.
Take a look. Just really
Get those vibes up there. We're in a big shift here. Let's go.
genuinely examine what's going on. You know?
There we go.
And like, because if anybody tries to smear this, which it's already been happening, look at what they're saying and then look at the reality and see if there's a difference. You know, like
all right, well,
critically look at what's going on.
I'm gonna get it moving in shortly.
Look at what's going on.
What do we got here? You're on Pat King's Live with 22.7K people watching. Pat King's Live. What do you got to say about this kind of shit? Yeah. Wait. Thank you, truckers. Right on. Anything else to say? That's it. Right on. What about you?
Pat King the whole way.
That's right. You're following us that way. We
See,
like the
he's
support,
got some
baby.
popularity.
Right
He's got
on.
some popularity. And I mean, good for him getting out there, trucking the whole way with the rest of them. I don't think he's driving truck. Like a friend of his was driving.
Get the lights.
Good then.
Not
Yeah. That's why you got to keep moving, bro.
No, he's there. He's been following them. Same shout out to Mocha and Kian Bexty from Rebel News. Going the whole way from Calgary, I think, with him. At least Mocha the whole way from Calgary with him. They actually both came by the other day.
Freedom louder than me. Come on now.
I don't know. I don't know if you can hear me right now. But yeah, members of Rebel News even passed by our corner. That was pretty cool. 2 members of Rebel News.
Share it out, come on. We got 22.7K people in here. Share it out. Get it to your friends. Let's go. We want the world to see what's going on here.
That's it.
Let's go.
Share the link. And go directly and share Pat King Live's link. Feel free to share this as well, but directly share the sources. Share the sources that I'm showing you, because they deserve the credit for being there. I want to drive that home. Give them full credit for being there. I'm just a dude on the internet who's like sad he's missing out.
From all different walks of life.
Who wishes he could be there.
Now we gotta cross the street and show you what's up
Do what
on
you
the
can.
hill.
You do what you
All
can.
right. So for you haters out there,
I want a picture of this.
picture what?
So folks, here you go. This is who we're here to talk to. This is the Senate of Canada. We just went by the House of Commons. So we went by the House of Commons. Now we're standing at the Senate, and directly across the street is the House, and we're gonna go stand on the hill.
all right.
Hey, buddy. Wow. Hi, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to say thanks, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job. Pat King.
What's that?
Pat King.
Freedom!
Great job, guys.
Freedom! Let's go.
You guys have always treated us well.
Try, I can, buddy.
Good job, man. See that? There you go. Yes,
We'd
sir.
like to thank you so much.
Hey, it's these truckers that did it, man.
And people knowing you.
These
thank you.
these truckers did it, bro.
You're such amazing.
They did it.
Not described.
You always owe a trucker a free coffee from now on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From now on, hey guys, anytime you see a trucker at a truck stop, you buy him a free coffee.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got to get across here.
Go do it then, bro. Let's do it. Go check out all these cops. Get them on film here. Come here. The masked up stormtroopers. Look at it. All these people over here.
Hey, thanks for your help, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Trying to get the proper. Trying to give some credit here. So remember when they say it was a bunch of white supremacists or whatever other crap they say? Look at the diversity of people here, like actual legitimate, like not buzzword diversity, but legit diversity of people. Like, remember that. That's important, remember that. You got
Everybody loves you, man.
all kinds. That's what seems, very well could be all kinds of people. You know what I mean? Like, all kinds of people here.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Where are you from?
I'm from St. Pascal, Ontario.
Right on.
I'm from Gatineau, Quebec, where they want to put a tax on us for not being vaccinated.
Right?
This is
Sad, eh?
ridiculous. Tyranny.
If I don't got, I shouldn't have to pay taxes. I can't go to the hospital anyway.
See, it's more about compliance than public health as time goes on. Like that's the reasonable take. You could just say it's all about compliance at this point.
You know this one, guys.
Okay, make the hole. Oh, yeah. We got to get up on the hill here, guys. I got to get up. Excuse me. Hey, how's it
Let's do it.
going? This is crazy.
Who likes freedom?
Crazy.
All right, careful, lads.
Oh. Holy cow. Hi, guys. Hey, sir.
Big Mike.
Nice to meet you.
Messaging you.
Buddy, I can't message myself. Can't even pay me for.
But he's been I'm dying to meet you, huh?
All right.
Nice
Yeah,
to meet
no
you, bro.
guarantees. I cannot guarantee what content will be streamed. So like,
Why
take
are you
your
watching CBC?
I was bored.
I love you, Pat.
Hi,
What's
buddy.
up, brother?
your discretion advised. This live stream may contain an abundance of freedom
Right
content.
on Pancakes Live. Let's go.
Look at this. Say
GoPro chest mount, simple but effective. Shout out to that lady who's just doing the simple thing. The only problem with GoPro is I don't know that they handle temperature too well when it comes to really cold. Like the battery doesn't die like right away, but it definitely I would guess it cuts the battery life in half, probably.
Fuck yeah!
I don't know with the GoPro 10 maybe they fix that a little bit. But yeah, GoPro chest mount, solid. You just gotta make sure you keep it recording. Check for the battery down. If they had a way to like hardwire a GoPro into an external power source that could like sustain it well, because like you can plug it into a USB, but I don't know that it's enough to charge it while recording. If you could do that, see, I can't guarantee that there's gonna be no bad language on this stream from other people, right? See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not a supporter of that. Like I don't support the expletives or the cussing out of our prime minister, although I didn't vote for him, but I don't support people cussing him out either. I understand the frustration, but I don't support people cussing him out. I don't think that's the best way forward. Gotta do the right thing the right way, guys. Gotta do the right thing the right way.
Thanks for watching.
Why don't you drop that glove or a hat or something? You need to do it in.
See, there you go. That guy's being Canadian. Oh, 540p source. What? How is that? How is this? I don't know, maybe an auto crunch resolution, because 540p is an odd resolution.
party,
I think it'd be
guys.
either 480p or 720 if he's streaming from his phone. Dude, look at this. Look at all these people. Even though the resolution is like the size of a hamster's eyeball, it's amazing.
Thank you so much.
It's like, it's tough. It's tough. Like I feel for him right now trying to
Ontario,
stream.
buddy.
I'm from Ontario, whereabouts?
Yeah.
I'm in Aurelia, Barrie area.
You? Aurelia.
Yeah, man.
Windsor.
I feel bad for him because I've tried to do streaming stuff.
Fucking hooked him with your court case. When you lost it in a fucking store or something.
Yeah, that jurisdiction.
Yeah.
What they do, they got
Yeah, buddy. Good on you, man.
Wow.
I don't remember what I was gonna say now. Oh, I've been in that situation where you're just trying to get the video to work.
I was trying to make my way to the eternal flame, but there's too many people. They're all standing on it right now. I guess the eternal flame's out. There you go.
I don't know why it would be out. Such
We're on
an
the
eternal
hill.
flame.
I'm gonna save some battery for now.
Why
I'm
is
gonna
it
walk
out, guys?
around, see some people.
Government, why?
I gotta make my way to the U.S. Embassy. That's where the stage is. We're gonna
Oh, wow.
go speak at the U.S. Embassy.
Fantastic.
So,
Hey, where's Berlin at?
somewhere. I don't know.
I gotta meet her still.
But I'm gonna say hi to everybody, hang out with everybody, and then we're gonna head to the U.S. Embassy because that's where the stage is going.
I don't think
See you in a bit.
Okay, so he's out for right now. Okay. What else we got? So let's see what the global news. Let's see what global news is saying. I'm not optimistic, really.
Believe that the vaccine might do them harm. So apparently stands for, but now all of a sudden everything's changed in the name of COVID. And everybody I know that's double vaccinated got Omicron. Every one of them, right? Every one of them got double vaccinated. I'm not
This is
vaccinated,
worth noting.
and I didn't get Omicron. I got Omicron, and I was over it in 3 or 4 or 5 days, right? I'm not saying it doesn't kill people. I'm not saying it's not deadly. It is, okay? What I'm saying is you can't. Common sense, not a doctor. Common sense says the vaccine does not stop transmission or infection. Everyone I know, including a good friend who got a booster, she said she was sick for 3 weeks. She got Omicron, sick for 3 weeks. Okay?
That's worth
And I'm
noting.
not
That's
making
not
this stuff
everybody,
up.
but that's worth noting.
You said you're not a doctor, right?
No.
We've heard for 2 years now,
we've gotten to know a lot of doctors, people who dedicated their lives to treating people. First, you know, why would you discount, well, not you, but why are so many people discounting that advice?
Okay, do you know who Dr. Robert Malone is? The
I
guy.
want to focus on like specific doctors. There's like an overwhelming consensus, right, about among doctors. Like I'm trying to get it. Like if nobody wants this.
He's running cover.
Nobody wants
Everybody
this.
wants to go back.
Agreed.
So
I question if everybody wants to get back to normal. I question that.
rely on the experts to kind of chart our way out of this best as they can.
Okay, so let me ask you, why don't the experts sit down with the other experts that disagree with them?
Dude, this
okay?
guy's spitting mad
one of the
truth right now.
most peer-reviewed, published physician in the world right now. He's got 680 peer-reviewed medical publications, Dr. Robert McCullough. You can look him up, and he's been screaming for a year and a half, okay? There's 920,000 physicians, expert, Nobel scientists on the Great Barrington Declaration, 920,000 worldwide that disagree with our science table. Science is not a one-way street. Science is debate. Science is always up to be challenged. Science doesn't censor. Okay, it doesn't. Facebook censors. You
Wait
say
for
something
Global News to
against
cut
the
the feed.
vaccine. That's not science. We're going down a road of tyranny, right? It needs to stop. It needs to stop. We need to listen to both sides, and we need to respect everybody the way we did 2 years ago in this country. That's all this is about.
Yeah,
this
that
is
guy's
about going
preaching right
back
there.
to the way we were. We want our freedom back. It's
That's
not
some mad
this
truth
is
right
not
there, bro.
militant. It's not. People aren't angry. This is a love fest.
There we
It's
go.
a love fest for our
Doing
country.
the right thing the right way.
All right, thank you.
Dude, let's go. I am quite surprised that Global News did not cut the feed there. Pay very close attention to what just happened. So you know how the guy tried to bring up Dr. Malone and the guy tried to skirt whether I don't know whether the reporter knew of the name or not, but did you catch how he tried to like skirt like, well, we want to talk about these specific doctors, or I don't know what he said. He said something like that, but essentially it was like he was going to give a spiel about Dr. Robert Malone, who as far as I understand is the inventor of mRNA. And you guys should look him up. You guys should look him up. See what he's talking about right now. Look at the interviews that he's done. I haven't watched all the interviews, but look at the interviews. Look at what he is saying. You know, it's worth noting. Same with McCullough. I haven't heard a whole lot of McCullough stuff. I want to watch the 2 Joe Rogan podcasts with those guys. But, like, pay attention to everything. Pay attention to everything. Look at how the guy who's commentating kind of tried to skirt away from him talking about that specific doctor. Now ask yourself, why? If it is just about public health and just about the science, why are we so flippin' hesitant to talk about all of the science and all of the doctors and all of the treatments? These are questions we need to start asking more and more and keep in our minds and not let up on. Because if it is just about public health, why are certain medical procedures considered greater or worth it or not worth it or whatever by others? Like, why is it there's like this regime mentality towards public health all of a sudden? It's like, let people flip and make up their own minds. Like, just chill the flip out, man. You know what I mean? So that's essentially, I think, like a lot of the heart of this. But I wonder if he was getting something in his ear, like, to like not talk to that guy. Because I don't know if you've seen this before, where like, depending on how the conversation goes, they might just try to divert or maybe cut the feed depending on the situation. But it's like, I'm surprised they let that air. And even if they take down this live stream, or if they try to clip out that live stream, my stream has the portion of the Global News interview with that guy where he did talk about it on camera. So I think that was a good catch, because I had that stream going. I just flipped there. So that was a good catch right there. That's awesome. It's worth noting. It's worth noting. So we got lots of people. Lots of people. Let me see if there's another. Let's see here. I'm going to try and see if I could find more different ground stuff. I was about to click on my own live stream there, my goodness. Okay, so like I want people that are like on the ground right now trying to figure this out, cuz this is the thing. Like I want to eventually have a setup where it's like I got my GH5 hooked up to like a phone or something, streaming it live to YouTube or whatever, and I want to have it rigged up so that battery can go all day, or whether it's through like whatever. I want to have like hooked up to external battery hot swapper, so like it can just go, get that wide angle, get that good resolution, get that good audio, and just go and just get everything on camera. That's what I want to do. Something like that.
I'm from Southern Alberta.
All right, let's listen to this interview.
About 3 hours south of Calgary.
Okay, perfect.
You
And
made it all this way.
Can you tell me about how you?
Good
I
job.
think you were part of the convoy, right?
Yeah,
Can
we
you
were
tell
part
me
of
how that happened?
we were part of the Convoy West. We had friends videoing the convoy, and there was just so many young families, so many kids out in minus 30 for 8 hours
There you
to
go.
support these truckers in this convoy. And I knew it was something special. We drove all the way from Alberta, and we drove through the night nonstop. We bought food once, and because we had so many families coming out making cookies. I got a hand-drawn picture from a little kid just saying thank you, truckers. I got apples, cookies, sandwiches. I mean, everything we could want to eat from these people.
Okay.
And I just want to remind this nation, this is not an anti-vaccine rally. This is a freedom rally. This is about moms being able to watch their kids play hockey. This is about husbands being able to be present when their wives have birthing issues and they go into surgery.
Good point.
This is about, I know a 16-year-old boy who just died in his car because he wasn't allowed in the Walmart or in the McDonald's in minus 30. And unfortunately, he died tragically, him and his 16-year-old friend, because they had to eat in their car while it was idling. And they both died from carbon monoxide.
That's crazy.
And you know what this is about? Just everyone being able to choose. And most of all, guys, I was in tears yesterday on the drive because there's so much hate and division. And all I want is for this country to come together.
That's
I don't
right.
care if you
That's
want
a
to
good
get
one.
boosted. I don't care if you want to wear a mask. You can do whatever you want. This is the land of a free. And
Glorious
I
and
just
free. It's
really
in the
want to see
national
people
anthem.
back to where they can love one another and choose to respect each other's choices.
Amen, brother. That's all we want. Hopefully that's all we want ever, is just to be left alone, do our own thing, just like have that choice and personal responsibility and freedom back.
You know, there's actually been thousands of posts on Facebook and social media that have actually been sent out on the Trucker Convoy radio. They have shut down any people can tune in from all over the world, and they've said, you know, sometimes they're like, oh, go give him hell at Parliament, and they say, guys, shut it down. These truckers say, we're going to do this with love and respect.
I think the
and
reporter
peace.
asked
We're gonna
about
do it like Canadians, and
any, like, threats
they've
of violence
actually
or something
sent out
like that.
tons of posts saying, don't even bring hockey sticks as flags. Don't bring any type of weapon. Keep it safe. Keep it courteous and respectful.
This is how we win,
there
guys.
There is
Gotta
some
do it right.
concern that Antifa may have been paid off to incite violence.
Wouldn't surprise
me. I know
me.
that the Canadians here are respectful,
Ridiculous.
and it's going to be an amazing next week of doing this.
Is that how long you're planning on staying?
Yeah, we're going to be here about a week or until the mandates are lifted.
Oh, dude, you see, that's the thing that makes this different.
Well, I'm my own contractor. I'm my own boss. So, you know, I've had already like dozens of people send me some money for support, and I never asked anyone for money. And people have just been so excited to see Canada come together. So we're going to be here as long as we need to be.
All right, we'll leave there. Thanks very much.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Yeah. And you know what? I know that news gets a bad rep, and I know you guys got to do your job. But, you know, I just really hope these news can really tell what happened today, because this is a special day in history. Like, if this was a pro-abortion rally or if this was a pro-Trudeau rally,
Another good point.
the news would be plastered all over.
Dude,
the
100%, dude.
More than anything, this is a special day in history. So I really hope you guys can find
Somebody
a way
just
to
on Twitter
tell
was
the
like, we
story
need
as
Drew
it
H
is.
live, getting a real story. Dude, Drew Hernandez, if he came up to Ottawa to report, dude, I hope that would be humbling. That'd be wild, dude. It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, oh, dude. Yeah, we'll see if it's cold. So, something I really quickly want to note, there's some live streams here of, like, you know, Canadian inspection lanes, like Canada-bound truck inspection, things like that. But once you go up here to, so I look, Trucker Convoy live stream, right? Why is it that the only live stream is from Global News? There was some other ones from independent sources that were on here as well. But, like, what about this? Like, shouldn't jump to conclusions, but, like, in terms of live streams, I'm kind of surprised that, in all genuineness, we have only one live stream going right now during, who knows if this is peak event time. Maybe people start live streaming later. There might also be some stuff on Facebook as well, right? But who knows? Who knows? Who knows, man? Yeah, who knows? So I don't know what the case is with on the Facebook side of things either. I have less faith in Facebook to do an honest job of letting people talk about this than I do of YouTube. Like, honestly, like, both can be pretty bad. And then people be like, well, why are you on YouTube? Good point. To a certain degree, I think it's like, if we can work within the system of YouTube to get the truth out as much as we can, considering that it is like the main video town square, we should try to like do what we can to get the word out on YouTube. But like, if they ban us, go to Odyssey, go to BitChute, go to Rumble. I'm actually kind of surprised that Rumble took off more than Odyssey, because Odyssey is like an appealing looking platform. Like Sydney Watson will talk about this, where Sydney Watson hates Rumble because she thinks it looks ugly. That's like her main reason, I think. Which, I mean, it kind of look like its interface is a little bit odd, but Odyssey looks good. And Rumble's kind of like almost it looks kind of like they're merging social media, like Twitter kind of style, with the YouTube kind of style. So it's kind of interesting. But regardless, the fact that we have alt media that's actually like established is good, because like you can't just assume you're going to like have one platform that if you're going to say anything at all that's not considered okay by establishment media, that you're going to last. Like, you don't know if you're going to get banned or not for whatever kind of ridiculous reasons, you know? You never know. Okay. I think I've been hearing about this police on guard thing, where it's, I guess I don't know much about it. It might be police that are like in support of the movement. I think that there are some police members that are in support of it, or that are in support of it. Yeah, and you know, we got support from Joe Rogan. We got support from Elon Musk. Convoy 2022. And of course, like, so all somebody has to do is see like there's always something, like people will try to find whatever they can to discredit this. Like, somebody just has to see, like, I'm scrolling through Facebook right now when I looked up Trucker Convoy 2022, and like I would say most of the I would wager most of the stuff is good, like the support is good, but when it comes to like like people that are kind of like resisting the movement, it's like somebody just sees like one Confederate flag and then they're like, oh. I didn't read if that was the actual context of the post though. Like they could have been talking about something else, but okay, let's see here. Just trying to. So I don't see anything live right now on Facebook. I could be wrong. There's probably. Oh wait, turn on the live button. I don't really know much about Facebook's interface. Okay, there are live stuff on Facebook. Okay. Like, it seems like there's a lot of live stuff on Facebook, and it's like, why do people not go live to YouTube as much? Because Facebook kind of bothers me. Its interface for streaming kind of bothers me. Like, I think they might have worked it out more because like they have this category, but it's like trying to find, like, when you go to people's individual Facebook pages, they should have like just like a, you know, live video like point. Let me just, oh, there, I thought they were going to go to an ad. I was going to just go to something else, but it's like, I don't even, I'm trying to find stuff right now, losing my train of thought. My goodness, I don't know. It's just like, okay. Open border, no restrictions. Dude, yeah. Looking at the chat right now, search Freedom Convoy, then sort live. Yes, okay, I did do that, and once I did that, stuff started showing up. Oh, dude, Patrick, dude. Oh, dude. Why do I have to sign into chat? I'm signed in right. What? Streamlabs, what are you doing? But it's like, oh my gosh. But it's like, anyway. I'm trying to get myself situated. Okay, there is Facebook Live stuff, but there's not What the flip? Is there just... Oh, okay. Pat King's live again on Facebook. Go check him out. My goodness. Okay.
See you in a bit.
I'm kind of... Wait. Oh, he's not live. Okay, well, why did it say he was live then? Oh my gosh, Facebook. I don't know. I don't like Facebook as a streaming platform nearly as much as Twitch or YouTube. I think YouTube's pretty solid. YouTube does it pretty well. Twitch probably the best in terms of how the interface organizes the live video feed, but YouTube is definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. Okay, so you see, why does it say he's still live when he's not live? I don't understand. Okay,
See you in a bit.
see you in a bit. Okay, well, Facebook, anyway. Okay, so there is live stuff.
Truck. Oh my God, she's a honey.
You know what, buddy? Even we're coming up to 138 right now.
Pull this in here. So this is...
Jackie, I have no idea what the numbers
Oh,
are.
okay,
There's been so many
this is
people
the
joining, and we've got actually other
official-
convoys starting to head out this way too
This
to
might be the
support
official
us.
Facebook page. I'm not sure. I really
Oh my
don't know.
gosh,
It's kind of all
this
over the place
overpass.
right now. I'm just trying to find stuff. When you go to YouTube, though, this is what bothers me. I'm honestly, I'm starting to get skeptical here because I'm like, how is it that on YouTube there is nobody but Global News live streaming this event? Sus. Anyway.
You know, I'm
I mean,
so
there
glad I was
probably
able
is,
to
but
do
maybe
these
the YouTube
live feeds.
algorithm
Like I
is just
said, when this whole
suppressing
thing
everything that
started, I
isn't
have never
mainstream
really
news,
done
'cause
Facebook
that-
Lives
I'm
before.
pretty sure
It's
the
just
thing that
never was
happens.
my thing, but I'm so
gosh,
glad I could
WhatsApp
because I
stuff.
feel like you guys got to
Get these,
share
like-
this journey with us, and that's so important.
What
Look at
the
this,
heck?
you guys. Look at this, you guys.
I don't even want to answer. I'm just gonna block. Like, I get these random messages on WhatsApp, and like, I assume it's all hacks or assume it's all fraudulent, but
Wow, we love you.
We're gonna get the second bobtail group just way back there to have hammer lane and try and catch up these
all right.
fours.
But yeah, no, I don't know. Like everything is just.
I love
Yeah,
that.
I apologize,
I've been hearing about these
Patrick,
convoys
for the stream chat. It's pretty-
organizing
yeah,
in
pretty
all of
bad.
our
I'm just
major
kind of all over
cities
the
to go
place
to the
right now.
legislatures.
I don't want to cut the stream,
I
but I
implore
don't know
you,
if
though,
there's a way
please be
that,
peaceful.
dude,
Please be peaceful. We
these
appreciate
people.
your support so much.
it's the right attitude. You got to be peaceful. Stream output. See, the problem is that I don't want to cut the stream. No, I already
Hey.
target bitrate's like
Hey,
1,000.
Samantha
It's
BC.
like already
Oh my
low as it
gosh.
is. Target bitrate. Keep it low. I'm only outputting 720p, which I mean should be. Like, I'm trying to keep the stream light here because I can't.
What a welcome.
In my area, hot single moms, I don't know.
Can you hear that noise behind us? Can you hear all those
Oh
alarms?
man. I mean, like, I don't know if you want to make the trek all the way out to where I live, but oh my gosh. Anyway. Oh wait, no, you're talking about the WhatsApp thing, man. Wow, the chat
What
is
a
very
day to
delayed.
be
I
alive.
apologize for that. I don't really know how to fix that.
Bigger than Canada Day.
This is bigger than Canada Day.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Bigger than Canada Day. Oh, I think
And yeah, in
I know where
Ottawa.
that. I recognize that Mandarin. Dude, let's go, Patriots.
So cold here, you guys.
It's just like, how could you not vibe with this? Okay.
Wow, love. So much love here. Look at all these smiles. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here.
Yes,
Got-
yes, yes, yes.
I don't know if there, like, unless I literally stream at like 480p, which I don't want to do that. I don't really know what other way to like.
Hi.
Yeah, I have the quality preset for speed, constant bitrate
My arms
disabled.
are gonna
I
get
don't
sour.
even know if there's like chat, replay buffer, audio, hotkeys.
Is this not the most incredible thing you've ever seen?
It's pretty incredible. I will admit, it's pretty incredible.
Oh my
Even like
gosh,
in my
another
local
overpass.
community, I expected to see like 3 cars. There was like at one point probably
So
around
much
like 30. And
positivity.
I have
Oh
like
my
a
gosh.
small community, right? So to see that many people come out to our corner, and many of them were out there for like at least a couple hours. I was probably out there from like around 11:30 to 5ish. So like it was a
Alright.
commitment for some people that
Oh
were
my
there for the
gosh.
whole time,
Look at-
you know. And
look at
it's
that
like,
group. I don't know if you can see them up
you
there
know?
yet.
dude, it's just going. It's just going. I don't really know that there's a way that I
Can't
could
wait to get down there.
make the stream more better. Like there's some place where you can go like scenes, chat,
Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to look up things if there's a way that I could speed up the chat. I'm pretty sure we would have that enabled by default.
That's the text I just got. I can call him because I'm on the show. Up in the very top there should be a background.
Yeah. Well, I'll just leave it. So I mean, like, there's gonna be a delay, but whatever. It's like it is what it is, man. Yeah. No, I'm back home, Pat. I'm back home. Like I'm like way out in the boonies. Like, my goodness, dude. Let's go. The John Deere with the little flag up there.
Fly that
Dude.
flag proudly.
There. Let's go. Represent. My hand's kind of getting washed out by all the orange in the background. Let's go. Represent. You see, if there was a day to define Canadian spirit, hopefully this will be a good day. You know what I mean? Like, it's going good so far. But this is what I'm talking about. We need, like, everybody seems to be live streaming to Facebook. Nobody live streaming to YouTube. I guess it's just easier to live stream to Facebook from your phone, maybe? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm telling you, man. If I was there, rep the GH5. I'm not sponsored. Oh dear.
Big Red needs a bath.
Oh my God. I knocked the remote off of this thing and that turns off all the power. That would have been bad if that went off. They got 8K watchers. Let's go. And you got Pat King on the ground there, doing that man on the street journalism. Yeah, dude. Fringe minority. Totally. Okay, it's because it didn't refresh earlier, that's why. Okay, so I'm going to wait for Pat King to go live again. And then I will try to bring that up again. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Trucker Convoy live stream. Yeah, you got global news. And that's like it. Other than like probably some stuff at the door. Oh, by the way, like Aaron O'Toole apparently is going to support the convoy. I would advise don't trust him. I kind of was on. I don't even know enough about him, so like, but it just I don't trust Mr. O'Toole. I just think like the Conservative Party has been kind of co-opted and it is not necessarily what people may think it will continue to be for them. So I think that we need to look at all of the parties very critically and examine who is really pro-freedom and who's just saying the buzzwords to just get the support.
Kids.
You know, who's trend hopping, right?
All these children, wow. Woo. Instead, we've gotten all the kids.
We're actually going to be heading home today. I do know a lot of these people are going to be
Yeah. I feel like every time there's a major Canadian issue, like a major issue, we should just caravan. Every time, just caravan.
They must run
Just
pretty fast.
just drive all
It's good,
together.
it's cold.
You know,
They'll
get the
keep
Canadian
warm.
flags out. You know, peacefully make your voices heard. You know.
I know that we're blessed.
Okay.
Guys, we got emergency ambulance in the Hammer Lane, big room.
See, this is the difference here. The fact that they are trying to do absolutely whatever they can to be like, yo, we want to like not interfere with any emergency services. That's important. Because, like, I just remember from protests and riots in 2020, like, apparently, as far as I heard, like, ambulances and fire trucks were getting, like, blocked and couldn't get to, like, a burning building or something like that. Like, you do not want to be doing that. Like, do not ever, like, get in the way of emergency response people. Like, just make way, dude, make way. What is the main, what is the
Yeah, we got the pilot in front of
Freedom Convoy 2022 commentary? Okay. Thanks.
Look at that. Look at all those pretty colors. Here's to the red and white. It's so funny because I'm not really, I don't consider myself to be a very emotional person, but wow, this has just been what an emotional journey. Right from the start. It's been a rainbow of emotions.
I mean, fair enough. Let's see here. I'm distracted, Pat. I'll catch up in the chat here. Okay.
Highway number 2 is jammed from
Big facts. I don't even know what I said now. I don't even know what I said. Are you talking about with O'Toole? I mean, honestly, like, for me, it's PPC or nothing. Dude, if it ain't People's Party of Canada, I ain't about it. Like, I just, like... And it's not necessarily that I support every single thing that the PPC has said. And by that, I literally just mean if they do, like, some stuff on social media where they, like, say something that is not, like, a good, loving thing to say,
true,
then, like, I won't necessarily support that specific comment. But, like, in terms of, like, what the actually, the grander message is about for the PPC, from what I know, I'm just very much behind it.
The whole world is standing with you today, Canada.
Dude, let's go! Canada, we stand on guard for thee, dude. Like, look at our national anthem. Look at our national anthem. And
can't wait to get down there, Taylor.
This seems to be, like, well, not that flag specifically, but
Josh and Justin.
like the general vibe
awesome.
of people here seems to be going with what our national anthem talks about.
I'm so glad they could make this. Wow. We came in last night and I didn't get a chance to see this, but wow. It was late.
World's largest truck stop coming up.
That's
Dude,
right.
let's go. Check it out. Okay,
So
updating.
beautiful.
Let's see here.
Ontario, I am definitely coming back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you're saying it's beautiful. Lots of trees and rocks.
Be here too, Casey.
And rocks and trees.
It's going to be incredible.
Okay.
We got a hotel room downtown.
Feel free to check out the independent journalists and the fibers that are doing good work. Yep. Want to update the title there of the stream. One of the things I really want to harp on is, like,
Playa del
support,
Carmen. Wow.
support the good people doing the good
amazing.
stuff. The truckers, the journalists, the independent journalists, like all the people that are there doing the things, the good things. Support those people, check them out, because it's like, I'm just a dude on the internet. You know what I mean? Like I said, I wish I was there, but I mean, like, you know, you can only do so much sometimes. So it's
Allison,
like,
I wish you could be here
I just
too.
want to be involved. I want to be a
Just
part of this day,
amazing.
because it's a crazy time. It's a crazy time. I think one of the big things to look out for is Pat King earlier was talking about
our
there
American
being
brothers and sisters. Wow, the support we've got from them has been amazing. Well, all over the whole world, really.
There you go. Seems like the
All
eyes,
over the whole world.
the
but
world's eyes are on us. So
our
let's
American brothers and sisters
do
have
what's
come
right.
up to join us in this endeavor. The whole world is standing up, you guys.
Really quick, just wanted to say that Pat King, the real Pat King on Facebook, is probably a good place to go for, other than the Freedom Convoy 2022, to go on Facebook to, like, see some on-the-ground live stream stuff. Eventually, later, they're probably going to have some speeches going on over around the U.S. Embassy. Look out for Pat King, Maxime Bernier, anybody from the PPC doing any speeches. I don't know if Artur Pawlowski is going to be there. Maybe, depending on if, like, they let him go after the warrant was out for his arrest or whatever happened there. Hopefully he'll be there, because if he was speaking too, dude. Oh, watch out for Chris Skies. Maybe Chris Skies will show up and do a speech as well. Just wait for, like, the hype. Just wait for the hype. Hopefully everybody keep your cool. Everybody keep your cool. It's a wild time.
In the last 2 years, I hope we can have one giant celebration for them.
100%. Everyone's waiting for something to happen like this just so they can blame us. You don't let that happen.
You see, I think he's talking about, like, the false flag stuff.
Yeah, I think you called 911. The first words out of your mouth are, I am a convoy participant. This is what's happening.
We have worked with law enforcement all across this country, and they have nothing
Absolutely, yeah. We got to give a shout out. Well, the law enforcement authorities, all the legal law authorities across this whole thing have just been amazing. Absolutely amazing to deal with. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
So another place, ConvoyReports.com, is doing some coverage as well, I think. Just Rebel News. Oh wait, no, ConvoyReports.com is an offshoot of Rebel News. Okay, yeah, check that out.
Fly those flags.
Okay, let's see
high.
here. Yeah, follow Canbex T, Mocha.
If your
all
Canadian
the
flag is turned upside down right now, I want you to flip it back over. Because we are no longer in distress.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I was gonna say, I think the reason behind the flags being flipped upside down is I think that, I don't know if that, she said no longer in distress. Maybe it's a sign of distress, or maybe it's like, I don't know. It's like when the flag's upside down, it means that something is not good. So I'm guessing like whenever people do it, they're doing it intentionally. That's my hunch. Yeah, ConvoyReports.com. Oh, they're live now.
I hope this can go all the way till we get down
live
there. I know
coverage.
that the
Oh, they're
data's
on
being
Rumble.
pretty
It makes
overloaded
sense.
down
Why
there,
didn't I
so-
check the Rumble? Oh my gosh.
I watched a video last night and someone was like, now he.
We got Sheila Gunn. Oh, 27K. There we go. So, I didn't check Rumble or BitChute. Oh, how foolish of me. Odyssey and the Rumble. So, tell me, Patrick, if you're still here, have you been red-pilled into the PPC hype train, or are you still, rooting for the Conservative Party? Because I feel like the Conservative Party probably more or less is proceeding to sell out Christian conservative Canadians more and more as time goes on. Or abandon us, maybe is the better word. So I'm going for the PPC, man. PPC on multiple levels seems like the preferable place.
Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Welcome back to our live coverage, technical difficulties and all, of the
Tell me about it.
Convoy for Freedom to Ottawa. And before
technical difficulties
I was
are real.
unceremoniously cut off by Skype. I was reading through some of our
Dude,
chats here.
Skype bringing the
sending
ban
well
hammer?
wishes in
Not the
support
ban
of the
hammer,
truckers.
Or no, wait,
and
no.
This is your opportunity to
Might
have
have
those chats read on air.
So not Skype Skype in terms of like got cut, but I was thinking like I thought she meant like Skype cut her off, like they put the ban hammer, but I think maybe it's just like a technical thing. So like Skype wasn't trying to do anything; it just kind of happened. I don't want to put blame on Skype if they didn't intentionally do anything.
Sent directly to them. So I'm gonna finish these up, and then we'll see if we can get back to some of our team in the field. But because it is so atrociously cold in Ottawa, and because there are so many people there that it is really hard to get any sort
Telegram.
of
Telegram's pretty good.
Signal or Zoom connection on the ground there. So we'll read through these, and if we can't get in contact with some of our people, they are sending footage in as they go, and so we'll go to some of that. So
what is that?
John Entwistle gives us $10. Smart
Freedom
protesters
Convoy
do this in the warm
2022.
evenings of Canada's summer. That's 2 weeks in July. Maybe barely 2 weeks. Goms Away gives us $5. Turn off all COVID fear-pushing radio and TV stations and cancel online fear-pushing news subscriptions. Tune in to truth-seeking sites. Well, I think you are. Mick3.ca.
Okay, the NPC show on Rumble is streaming live as well. Canadian Truckers for Freedom Convoy 2022.
So we can go arrest him. He's not there. He's been moved, and don't go and try to arrest the Prime Minister. That's how you get yourself arrested.
Exactly. Don't be psyoped. Don't fall for the psyop.
Just go be peaceful. Show them that you're there.
Exactly. Just be there peacefully. Make like
it. Two rallies in Hamilton,
if they see us there in mass, like that sends enough of a message of what Canadians want. And just like the mere like gridlock is enough as well, of like just trucks being there and traffic being slowed, like just simple things that we're doing right now, peaceful stuff. It's good stuff.
$10. They use the G7 strategy. Yeah. Wait till evening, smash a few stores, fires, Media runs 24/7 videos of the setup. Close bridges tomorrow and kettle the protesters from the south. Video coverage.
So you got videos on BitChute, but I don't think there's any live stuff.
Like I said to Ezra when we were talking to him live, I have a friend who told me, he said, Sheila, this feels like Christmas Eve. I just feel like, I'm so excited about what's happening tomorrow. And I said, I am too, but some of it is anxiety because we know that this is a Canadian intelligence agency reaction to these things is embed provocateurs under the employ of the state and basically agitate and create demand for crisis.
Listen to what she's saying.
Create a crisis for which the political establishment demands. So that happened, as Ezra pointed out, with the Heritage Front. It was a small, loosely organized bunch of, well, frankly, idiots. White supremacists, but there were not enough of them to warrant the scrutiny that they were getting, and the intelligence agencies here, particularly the RCMP, thought, let's infiltrate them, and it was basically a make-work project for the security establishment here in Canada. And at one point, I think the leader, the deputy leader of the Heritage Front was an undercover cop. It was just ridiculous. And so, I'm still, as the day rolls on, still very concerned about any sort of
false flags. Watch out for the false flags.
Agitators malingering as protesters, causing trouble. But that's why it's so important that everybody there acts as a citizen.
So wait a minute.
Records everything.
The NPC show is also live on YouTube, but it's just that they probably. Oh, I know. NPC Lunch Hour is live on YouTube for the truckers thing, but I think that maybe their channel's not big enough because it's only like 8.42K. You gotta really look for the stuff, guys.
In this story, I think this is the biggest story in the world right now.
Yeah, it might very well be. You might be right about that, Sheila.
God bless. Well, thanks so much, Becca Henderson. Yep. Thank you, truckers. I was hospitalized with depression because I lost all hope. When I was released from the hospital, I saw the convoy, and I have been filled with hope ever since. I feel happy again. Thanks. Becca, you're not alone in that sentiment. In fact, I talked to Mocha Bizergan.
Okay, it seems like the NPC show.
Every night he calls me to report just
and
to
NPC Lunch Hour. It might be the same thing.
What's happening
in terms of the live streams.
And his excitement, it's palpable.
Okay.
This is the first time in a couple of years where there's hope, there's passion,
praise God,
and people feel something different in the air, that people are no longer, even people who were true believers at the beginning of this, they're done going along to get along. Everything was a lie. The go get jabbed and you'll get back to normal, that was a lie. Stay home, stay safe, that was a lie. Everybody's still getting Omicron. 2 weeks to flatten the curve was 23 months ago.
Well, the hardest part is the first 2 years,
and
I
so,
hear.
This is, I think, really
but yeah, Sheila's spitting
change.
some truth here.
And in the end, even if the politicians do not set us free,
the NDP, yeah, no, I don't know about the NDP on that topic because didn't Jagmeet Singh condemn the truckers? I mean, isn't the NDP just like liberal light, like liberal government, but maybe a little bit less, you know, like a little bit less like the liberal policy, but like kind of similar enough? Like, aren't they kind of like more or less the same thing? I don't know enough about what the individual party stances actually are. It just seems like the rhetoric kind of seems to be the same. Could be wrong, but they don't look like they're really on our side. And that was not just chat delay, but also me just trying to find live streams right now.
Hi from South Africa. Respect for the truckers and the people of Canada. You have started something good, boy. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Mika BC, $20. Freedom is essential. Canadians are one with the truckers. Mandate freedom. Thank you, Canadian truckers and the rebels. Well, thanks so much. It's an honor, actually, to be able to be trusted enough by the truckers to tell their stories, because I know they sure don't trust the mainstream media.
Yeah, Rebel News is the people's news,
keep going, and maybe if we can't get to a Rebel, we can pull up Alexa's interview with that trucker that she did from last night. I thought that was incredible. Kimba gives us $25. Best cover, very inspiring. McQuinn gives us $10. I'm so thankful for what you're doing.
Okay.
I'm one of the ones who can't be vaccinated due to health.
See, nobody talks about that.
I haven't
That's
been
another
in a
thing.
store in 2 years.
Like, how many people give medical exemptions?
Suffering from
Like, I don't know.
PTSD due to the hospital
Do
shutdowns.
they even accept medical exemptions
You
in
know,
some places?
you're-
New York
you-
doesn't seem to be too
You're why the truckers are
too
there.
great an
You
example
know, you're
of that.
why our team wakes up every day, opens up our emails and says,
Or it's a
oh
good
boy,
example
we
of
have
how
a
sometimes they're
gazillion
not
stories
taken.
to get to, and we better try to get to as many as we possibly can.
Why am I not full screen?
Because this isn't about numbers, this isn't about hospital beds, it's about real people and how their lives are being
Yes.
irreparably harmed by these lockdowns.
Economics
And
affects
the
people. People
rewards
gotta recognize
that
that.
they told us would be there, they just aren't. Raphael gives us $50. Thanks so much. You say great job. Throne 18, $20. God bless the truckers. Praying for you all from the United States. Oh, there's a lot of Americans watching. I'm so glad to hear that.
Dude, yeah, like
Alazia,
it might be fair to say
$20.
that the world
Many
is watching. Like
blessings
that
to
might
all
sound
the
a bit
freedom
hyperbolic
fighters
or a
and
bit
brave
over the
truckers
top,
who
but it
stand
might
up for
actually just
humanity.
be true.
We will never forget this. History in the making. Hugs from Shanna from LA. Wow. This is great. You're in the People's Republic of California. It's just as bad there as it is here.
I would
LJ
say it's
Christ,
worse,
$5.
but I could be wrong.
Except we don't, sorry, going back to Shanna, except we don't have the third world diseases here that you guys have. Sorry to say. LJ Christ, $5. Rebel News and the Salty Cracker, rocking the world. Wow, we're trying.
Salty Cracker, that's
Bushkin
another one.
gives us $10.
Another one of
God
them.
bless Rebel News. Where would we be without you? Go truckers, go.
Pretty
Freedom
funny.
is mandatory in Canada. You don't need permission to be free. Amen.
Dude.
Joyful from the Heart gives us $10.
And we need to like
Truckers.
be
I
reminded
watched
that
you
like
pass
it's
through
okay
Scarborough on
to think
Thursday.
this
I've been
way.
feeling
Because
so
like
low
I feel like
before I went and left feeling so
we-
full of hope
we-
and joy.
we-
I'm praying for your safety and
am
success.
I?
God bless you. Susie Bastard.
that rumbles give me grief. This is another thing. Is like we've kind of been like conditioned to think that like it's not okay to want to live like a complete like a free life, like a normal free life. We kind of been conditioned to think like, well, that's not okay, that's not helpful, that's not we're in this together kind of mentality. That's not like it's not a good opinion, or that's selfish or whatever. And it's like what like we need to be reminded like isn't it okay to want our lives back, to want freedom back? Like we need to like stop for a second and think like, how have we been conditioned to think that like it's not okay to want our lives back? I feel like some people like they might not come right out and say that, but like I think some people might want you to think that it's not okay to just want our freedom back, want our rights back, to want our lives back. Yeah, just want to say that. Oh, unmute.
Somebody else is a normal person who sees a deficit with the mainstream media, and we stepped in to fill the void. You know, when you say like, if not me, then who? Well, may as well be us. So
There you go.
When
There you go, Sheila.
That's, I think, we know that the truckers are not that which the mainstream media says they are. They're just normal people doing a normal job, giving voice to the concerns of the normal people. And we know that. And I refuse to listen to the mainstream media who told us anything different about the freedom protesters over the last 2 years. And I think now we're at the event horizon, as they say. Mick3CA gives us $1 and says, if freedom is returned, then a law needs to be in place to give unjabbed and unmasked people who lost their jobs from tyranny immediate paid employment.
Where are we at now?
Grouchy Monk gives us $50. Thanks so much.
Blank.
You tell us we're doing a great job. Well, I appreciate that. John Entwistle, $10. Let's get the 27,000. We have got 27,000 watchers. I had no clue.
This guy get
27,000 watchers
banned.
to donate just $10. Seriously, this is about freedom from the corrupt mainstream mafia media. That's what we should call them, the mafia media.
I mean, that's fair.
Jamboree Jones, $5. Minnesota neighbors stand with you, Canada. Well, thanks so much. You know, our Minnesota friends and neighbors, Manitoba, southern Manitoba does so much business with Manitoba, and it's such a shame that a vaccine mandate stands in the way of people who have been lifelong friends, neighbors, and co-workers who are on either side of the border in our border towns. It's a disgrace from both of our governments. Countdown Radio gives us $10. Kudos to all Canadians supporting the truckers from North Dakota. Again, My husband used to do a little bit of trucking in North Dakota in the oil patch there. And again, we're keeping friends, neighbors, colleagues, and coworkers apart because of these ridiculous vaccine mandates from our politicians and from yours. In the White House, not in your state house. Great job, Rebel Media. Thank you. Well, thanks so much. Lone Behold, that's kind of a neat way to spell that. $36. Thank you, truckers, for standing up for our charter rights and freedoms. Well, thanks so much. Boy, these just go on forever, you guys. Thanks so much. As I'm reading these, you'll see images of...
Because I can't tell. He might have gotten banned from...
the truck convoy protest in Ottawa.
Instagram.
So
he might have got banned multiple times.
Go ahead and continue watching there as I read these out. And if you would like to read, or if you would like for me to read out a message to the truckers, now's your chance. Go to Rumble, send us a rant. Go to Odyssey, send us a hyper chat, and go to Super U, send us a shout. Your donations go to support our independent coverage of the convoy. We've got
to try to find this stuff.
Entire teams of journalists. Our Quebec team is there. Most of our Ontario team is there, including the boss man, Ezra Levant, our head of operations. He's there too. It's just enormous. It's hard to get any sort of video feed out of Parliament Hill because there are so many people there live streaming. But our team is also sending us visual footage along the way as we go. But if you'd like me to read a message to the truckers, now's your chance.
Yeah, suspended on Twitter now. My goodness.
Because we know the truckers do watch us, and they are...
he's probably there.
Like,
I don't know how he can't.
Because the mainstream media is definitely getting it wrong.
Just trying to.
Lone Behold sent us $36. Thank you, truckers, for standing up for our charter rights and freedoms. Twinks, $20. God bless the truckers. Sheila, check out the videos for truckers. Convoy in Germany in support of Canada. I definitely will. Thank you so much. The world is ready for freedom. Peace to all. Oh boy, this is a Spanish name. Guaidojas? I'm not sure if that's right. I'm very sorry if I butchered it. $5. Cheers, Canada.
I can't tell where the other audio is coming from.
X-Files. $20. Lost my This is terrible. I'm so sorry. Lost my coffee shop due to the mandates and the craziness now. Dawson Creek, BC. That's terrible. Just you. The worst part is that this is just one person, but this is... you are one of hundreds of thousands of people.
I'm impressed by global news that they're actually interviewing people on the ground, because it does not advantage them and their narrative to do that. Because the more they do that, the more they're probably going to realize that these are just normal people that want their lives back.
In the middle of our relationship with our friends and family because of the vaccine mandates.
People gotta know the truth, man. And you know the thing that sucks is they're kind of trying to make it seem like, you know, the truth or the reality is like you know, an untouchable thing, in the sense like there's the social conditioning to like, oh, don't listen to these people because they disagree with us, they're conspiracy theorists. Well, look, listen to what they're saying. Like at the very least, everybody should be mad that the media kind of thinks we're stupid, or treats us like we're stupid at the very least. Like the fact that you don't trust, like, it seems, do you like, my question to the mainstream media, do you trust anybody to be able to make up their own mind anymore and critically think and come to a logical conclusion that makes sense? Like, do you literally think we're all so stupid that we have to be spoon-fed everything, or else we'll like be like lemmings? Like maybe like I almost said something that might have been a little bit offensive there, but it's like essentially what I'll say is, it's like, is it or is it not a bad attitude to be like, whatever you say, I'll do whatever you say, mainstream media, I'll do whatever you say, single source, whatever you say, I'll believe it. Like, is that a good attitude to have? Like, let's be reasonable. Is it a good attitude to be like, yeah, whatever you say, I'll do whatever you say. It doesn't have to make sense. I'll do whatever you say. I won't question anything. Like, is that a good attitude? Is that a good mindset? Like, let's think critically, ask questions, make it okay to have civil discourse again. Why is it not okay to talk? That's the main thing. Why is it not okay to talk with each other, to talk with people? Like, we used to be able to do that just fine. If anything, it's harmful for the society, to be babied into this mindset of not being able to critically think, not being able to talk about these things, not being able to have this civil discourse in an open manner that is considered healthy and okay. Like, it'll probably just result in all of us getting dumber just by not being encouraged to critically think and talk. And, you know, I guess it's easier to control people the less they're thinking it's okay to talk and critically think, because critical thinkers, you know, people aren't as easily controlled, I guess. But it's like, I don't know. I'm just a dude on the internet. I think we all need to just be reasonable again. Just stick up for common sense. Make common sense common again. You know? Back to Sheila.
It's gathering on the side of the highway. So they preface it all by saying, oh, this is about stopping and impeding the flow of traffic. Okay, I'm willing to hear those arguments. Why didn't you do it for the hippies that are always out there blocking the road? Extinction Rebellion, I'm looking at you.
All right, one second. All right. Camera's unavailable. What the heck? What do you mean? What do you mean my camera's unavailable? I can't hear you, John.
CIA is using it to spy on.
John, you're on live with me right now. We're streaming. What's the vibe on the ground?
These liberals.
Can I put you? I don't know if I want to put you on screen right now, but just because I don't know if you want your face on the interwebs like that, they'll know your identity.
No, I don't.
You what?
I don't know if that's a good idea. I did drive by, well, kind of as close as I could possibly drive with testing my patience to get to the Parliament building last night.
Yeah.
And pretty much turned around about Rito Center because to go 5 meters took half an hour.
5 meters took half an hour. There you go. I'm glad I got a man on the ground who knows what it's like there. This is good. Because I
will take a video camera for you. Are you actually live streaming?
I'm live right now on my YouTube channel. I tried to go live on the new channel I made, but YouTube doesn't let me yet. I'm just doing basically commentary and trying to find different live streams and coverage. But I don't know if the algorithm kind of works against smaller independent people to begin with, and then who knows what else is being like throttled to begin with. So who knows, man? Who knows? Yeah. But.
Well, call your channel. We love Trudeau. I'm pretty sure I'll pop right up to the top.
Yep.
Or why I support Trudeau.
Yep.
And then in the channel will be like, can't think of anything. Can't think of any reason.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you know that your audio is going through to my live stream, so I want to caution you from saying anything you don't want to be on the internet. I feel a big need to preference that because I want to make sure you know what you're getting into.
Well, as long as my face is not on there, is it on there?
No, your face is not on there. Your face, your bearded face is not on there. Just your audio, okay?
Good.
Okay, John on the phone.
I think I will take a walk around for you there. Let me see, I have 90% battery on this thing.
Yeah. I mean, John, I was showing this earlier. I just got this in the mail the other day. Got a Lumix GH5. If I could be there, I would be on the ground getting the footage. I would be there.
You tell me where you want me to go, and I've heard that Wellington is absolutely closed.
So, in terms of where I would want you to go, same with anybody else who I might get on the ground today. I want, apparently there's going to be a stage at the U.S. Embassy, and there's going to be people that might give some speeches there. That would be a good spot. There's a massive crowd in front of the Eternal Flame right now, right on Parliament, but, I mean, who knows when it comes to if that'll be eventful or not. It's just kind of just crowded as it is, so we'll see about that. But, I mean, it's just, it's wild. It's I think one of the main things when it comes to this is that this is going to be
freedom?
Yes, that, but I think this is going to be a defining moment probably where it's like, if we didn't know what our Canadian identity was before, we probably get to decide that now. And I think that is it's wild. It's a good wild, and hopefully we gotta not get false flagged. No Antifa, no psyops. Just keep it legit, and just do a good thing. That's what we gotta do.
No free TV isn't breaking windows.
Dude, no free TVs. Samsung is not sponsoring this event. No free TVs.
Use the code Freedom Convoy to get 100% off your purchase of a TV.
Oh, dude. We do not cover broken windows. What the heck? How did my mic get so high? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, I kind of ragtag through my set together this morning. I put my flag in the background there, and I got a floodlight going on it right now, and just kind of like set up my camera here. Honestly, I'm using my Samsung NX500 right now. It is working fantastic as a webcam because I thought like it was just gonna die kind of right away, but I got it plugged in, got the HDMI plugged into it. We're going, we're moving. All things considered, things are going. So this is good.
Getting the wife's skates sharpened here. I'm just about to go pick them up.
Dude, that
should.
Would
that be any more Canadian?
I was just gonna say I've never heard a more Canadian errand. Yeah, I gotta get the wife's skates sharpened, eh? Yeah.
It's actually true though.
Yeah. It's Trudeau? No. No, it's like, oh, dude. One of the things that I'm kind of giddy about and excited about is because, like, I'm just kind of glad to be venting on the internet, doing commentary and stuff like this. Because I mean, I normally just talk with just like a few people about a lot of this stuff, but it's nice like to actually just get your voice in there in the public square, talk about what matters. And I mean, one of the main things I just want, or I would like to help normalize is just talking again. Like, people just need to be able to talk again. Everybody's so afraid, and everybody's so like uptight, like, oh, what if, oh no, your face is on the screen every time you flip your phone.
Hang on.
Okay, luckily I have my webcam covering that. Oh, you're lucky, John. Your identity almost got revealed there. There we go.
Hold on.
There we go. Censored
I don't know
yourself.
how to turn off the...
Your camera's off now. It's fine.
Hold on. I don't know how to put off speakerphone.
Oh, so you're just gonna have me ranting in Costco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I won't reveal the store.
Oh yes, this is good. I just took a guess.
For skate sharpening.
Yeah. Oh right for skate sharpening. Yeah. Costco does skate sharpening? Do everything at Costco.
Hang on a second here.
Yeah. Yep. It's a good day. It's a good day. Yeah, that's the only thing that bothers me about WhatsApp is like, as soon as the screen orientation gets rotated, it just like puts it onto the other monitor, and it's like, no, stay there. I will unmute Rebel News right now.
No ceremony. There's no host.
Why is Rebel
How are you?
so quiet?
Yeah, that's the one.
Are you gonna skate down the canal? Dude, that would be an awesome way to get en route to the protest. Just take the wife's skates down the canal.
That's it? Cool.
I might be muted on John's side of things.
That was nice. Can you hear me, Spencer?
Yes, I can hear you. The world could hear you if they wanted to.
Hold on.
Okay. What should we normalize, John?
Unmasked.
Unmasked. Well, I mean, like, cause like, even to just be reasonable about it, it's like at the 2-year mark, which for me will be like March 16th, because that's when we stopped having in-person classes. It's like, how long are you gonna do it for? Just at the very least, how long are you gonna do all the things before you're like, you know what? I think it's good. We did it. We did enough. The war's over. You know what I mean? Like, where's that point? And that point has been made so murky by so many people, where it's like maybe they never want us to come to a definitive realization of where and when that point is, you know? Like, because, like, the coof ain't going anywhere. The COVID, it ain't going anywhere. It's around to stay. Apparently 80% of the deer tested have COVID. Like, we ain't getting rid of it, so when are we going to just, live with it, And that goalpost is already kind of shifting that way a little bit. People are admitting that. Even like some mainstream places are admitting like you're gonna have to just learn to live with it. Everybody getting the Omicron, so it's like.
Ron.
I just.
All right, is my camera still broadcasting? I should probably leave it off just in case, eh?
Yeah, leave it off just in case. Conceal your identity, because I'm gonna go back to the one that shows.
I'm gonna charge up my phone real quick because I hope this is not dirty and wet.
Yeah.
Stick this here and get right where the action is.
I don't understand. Right now, like, Rebel News is so quiet. Why is it
Can't
so
believe
quiet?
it. Skate sharpening was free.
Skate sharpening was free?
Yes, that's what we should normalize.
Normalize free skate sharpening?
$4.35 on the sign, and the guy's like, you're good.
Dude, great. Yeah, normalize free skate sharpening. Yep. That's one of the truckers' demands, actually. Right after getting our lives back is free skate sharpening. Subsidized by the government. They will pay for our skate sharpening.
10 skates.
Yep. Yeah, freedom's in the air, dude. Like it's a wild time, dude. The trucker, it's not live. What is live right now? Freedom Convoy.
Oh, we can't get on. Well,
Can you? Hold on.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, I've been having a hard time getting on.
Okay.
I just flashed my face, but it was very brief and bright because the camera was loaded with like white mush. Okay,
Top TV Canada streaming again. Okay, we got Rumble on the spot. Okay. Oh, CB or Global News cut their live coverage. I wonder why. You see now, like, you can only catch so many things. I caught literally like live from the Global TV news stream. The guy was like, the guy that was on the ground was trying to ask him like, so, you know, such and such about COVID and these things, and you know, and the guy that he was interviewing, who was at the protest, was trying to bring up Dr. Malone, and then the guy, the interviewer, tried to like skirt around that by being like, well, we have these doctors, or he said something like that, right? And then the guy, and then when they continued to talk, the guy brought back, hide your face, John, hide your face. The guy continued to bring up like the other doctors and what is it, McCullough and stuff like that, and I was like, wow, the fact that that made it onto Global News coverage and they didn't just cut the feed, I was impressed.
Global News isn't receiving over 80% of their funding from the.
Are you sure? Are they not state funded?
Isn't Global News owned by like Rogers or something?
I have no idea, but I would assume any mainstream media could potentially be getting funding directly or indirectly from sources, potentially, maybe, possibly the government, but who knows? I could be wrong about that. Better to assume that it is state funded than not, but again, I could be wrong.
We're about to get on 17 here.
Okay, so you're driving down to it right now?
I've been told that you should be avoiding 417 and not.
So then you're going directly down there as a result. You're not going to follow the avoidance precautions.
We've had enough. We've had 2 years of following the recommended precautions to see where that's gone.
Dude, trust the experts, right? The science.
17 is relatively empty.
Relatively. What does that mean? Like less than normal? More than normal?
For Saturday, I'd say less than normal. I just got off on the St. Laurent exit here. I'm passing over to Vanier, Parkway.
Interesting. Maybe like they just got, you know, clogged up somewhere down. I don't know. Because I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if part of Ottawa is if the downtown's gonna be kind of gridlocked. Because I don't know exactly when the west is gonna be coming in there.
Passing underneath Vanier Parkway over here on the bridge. Like on the highway underneath the Vanier Parkway, there are a number of people holding flags and a sign that says "True North Strong and Free."
Yeah, there you go. See, the national anthem. There you go. But So how far are you from the downtown right now?
I should be there in the next exit.
Okay, cool. Got my man on the street. Yeah.
I don't know if I should take Nicholas, which will probably get me close, or take the next one, Catherine, which is right in front of the police station, which will probably get me gridlocked. Let's take Catherine. There's a bunch of, there's the Freedom Convoy all over Nicholas there.
Oh, dude.
Block. More trucks with flags all over the place. Everybody's got a Canadian flag. Everybody's Canadian.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, another one.
Although subjects report warmth and good feeling for the partner, they typically deny.
All right, thanks very much
I'm gonna put the phone down and charge it up.
finding that clip
Yep.
so quickly.
It's time to be brave, John. It's time to be brave. We gotta be brave. Sooner or later, brother. Because I mean, like, can't cower forever. Gotta do something right.
Okay, I'm on the Catherine Street exit and everybody's braking.
So are you stopped? Okay, I was gonna say, are you stopped right now? Because if you were actually like in the middle of or at the back of the convoy, I would get you to flip your phone camera around and give a view.
I think the exit is closed. The exit's actually closed.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's the one thing is it's tough, like, just to get down there, and if you want to get out, good luck as well. Like it's like you might as well take the bus or something. And even then,
oh wait, no, it looks like maybe an entrance here. Something just went.
It's like the only like semi-efficient way to get down there is like bicycle or scooter or something, like something where you could kind of weave if you need to, or walk it.
I thought about that. Too bad it wasn't in December. It was like motorcycle.
Yeah, but even then, it's like these road conditions for motorcycles, good luck. But I mean, like, just a way that is not a car to get down there where you're not going to get like locked in, because like if you're not there to stay, good luck getting out once they're there.
There is literally like major blockages going on. Everybody's blocking everything.
Can you give a video feed of that real quick, please?
Electrified the world. It gave an example. It reminded us of what Orwell said in 1984. If there is any hope, it lies with the proles. That was what he called the proletariat.
Okay, so don't show your face. Here we go. Okay, so.
Yeah, here we go. Actually, we're getting on the exit now. Hold on, I'm gonna put this down because this is right from the police station.
Yep, fair enough.
Don't wanna.
Don't do anything bad.
Don't get slapped with a ticket. We don't want to do anything illegal here.
Yeah,
we're here for peace.
Yeah, don't do anything illegal. I thought you were
There's
stopped. I thought you were like.
No, I thought it was because they like blocked the exit, but they're actually
Yeah.
redirecting people around the exit.
Yeah.
There's a policeman directing traffic up here.
Oh wow.
I don't know why this guy has a blue tablecloth hanging out the back of his truck.
Blue
Doesn't make
tablecloth.
sense.
Yeah,
No Canadian flag on this truck, just a blue tablecloth.
Yeah, well, he
It
didn't have a
looks like,
flag, so he's like just something that will flow in the wind. I'm pretty sure I thought you were stopped, but if don't flip your phone out if you're driving.
No, like I'm basically still driving. Metcalf is entirely blocked. You know the Castle Museum downtown, the Museum of Nature that looks like a castle?
I think so, yeah.
All the road around there is blocked. There's
Just
police
locked
cars
in.
blocking the
Just
intersection.
locked in.
There's like absolute gridlock here on Catherine Street.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, I'm at a green light and nobody's moving, and I can see cars up ahead as far as the eye can see.
Oh, dude. Yeah, as soon as you come to a spot where the car's stopped, give a little video.
The policeman is waving me through.
Okay. So just to clarify, just about all of the major intersections seem to be gridlocked right now?
Yeah, downtown, yeah.
Okay, that's more or less, I think, what I was predicting or thought would happen.
I'm proceeding down Catherine towards O'Connor.
Right.
Past the curling club. A vehicle with a big Canadian flag out the window in front of me.
Right.
And then people with obscenities on the back of their truck related to Trudeau. What is
Yep.
it here? Fuck Trudeau. And it looks like they wrote it in marker though on a white flag.
Way to cuss on my stream, bro. But yeah, no, I've seen a couple of those flags out as well. Not everybody, but there have been some.
Everybody just began honking their horns in support for a bunch of people to walk by with signs saying "No jab, no job, no joke."
Yeah. Yep.
There is a larger truck that is honking the horn so loud that you can hear it from blocks away.
Wow.
Oh, I'm passing the Ottawa Police Association itself.
And there are no cars there because they're all out and about right now.
No, the parking lot's empty. It's like a private banquet hall.
Okay.
My buddy actually married here. It's really cheap.
Just a side note for a pro tip for anybody in the area.
Yeah. Man, what is going on here? I don't know. Could it be that our government underestimated the amount of people that would be here?
So I heard, this is according to Kian Bex-T from Rebel News, I heard when he was talking on a video with Lauren Southern the other day, that apparently, according to him, as far as I understand, if I heard correctly, the Canadian government is starting to train people, or has trained people on what to do if the grounds are breached. So essentially what records to destroy, etc., etc. So the fact that they've already preemptively prepared for that, quite something. You know,
we're training them to breach what?
Like they've prepared and trained government personnel of what to do in case of a breach. So like what records, government records, need to be shredded and etc. So they've already like pulled out all the stops to prepare for this event. Hopefully they will not need any of that training whatsoever at all. It'll just be a bunch of people outside with flags. That would be the best case scenario. Outside with flags, eating hot dogs and drinking coffee. That's kind of what we need to shoot for. And
I don't want to say they're giving training, but I am privy to internal government communications.
Oh, don't say anything. Don't say, John, don't say anything you're not supposed to say.
Well, I mean, I just saw something saying like if demonstrators didn't enter the building, please cooperate with them. Do not allow them access to any document. Like basically hide all the documents or whatever you got to do, and
okay,
just be safe, kind of like.
Yep. I don't want you to violate any NDAs on my stream. That's basically
not violating any NDAs. I'm just saying I've heard.
I've
seen some.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because like I mean I don't want to get this channel banned. That's like the other channel, if it gets banned, oh well. But like I'm trying to like this, I didn't even plan on streaming to this channel. This is my gaming channel, but it's just YouTube wouldn't let me live stream on my new channel because it's like too new or whatever. So I'm doing what I have to do.
Is this in a Telegram group with these guys that share all kinds of stuff?
Oh, fair enough. I mean, I might be in the same group. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't know. I'm in a few chats now. Telegram's kind of great. The only thing is apparently it's not as like safe as people think in terms of like encryption. I think Signal is like the only like legit encrypted, like I think Snowden approves of it and stuff like that. So that's worth noting.
"2022 Trudeau, no."
I mean, like here's
watch the. I don't know. I can't read what people are saying. Watch the curve. Watch the curve. Freedom fighters, watch the curve.
What? Watch the curve. I don't know what that means.
Literally, like Bank and Catherine. Do you know where that is?
No, I'm not familiar enough with like the surrounding areas kind of stuff.
I'm on like a 10-minute walk from Lansdowne.
Okay, that sounds familiar. I'm not familiar enough with like different places, what they're named and stuff. I wasn't like in the downtown enough to really get that familiar, but
it's quite intense.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's enough of a descriptor.
Nicholas and walked.
Yeah, that's enough of a descriptor right there. Is the wife gonna get mad at you for going on this errand for me? Am I gonna get in trouble?
No, earlier when I was about to get her skate sharpened, she's like, "I can tell you want to go see what's going on."
Yeah. Is she
like, no, let's get your skate sharpened.
Yeah. So is she in the car right now, or is she back at home?
I dropped her off at work.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking
right on Rideau Street.
Yeah, because I was thinking, is she in on all this conversation right now?
Oh, she works right on Rideau Street, and like they're on the other end of Rideau Street towards Vanier.
Right beside the sketchy McDonald's, right?
Yeah, right at the McDonald's. Somebody took a squirrel out of their coat and
No.
started fighting. Ever see that
It
video?
was a possum or something. It was a baby possum. Dude,
Yeah, something
that
like that.
video is legend. I need to
parrot.
download that video before it like gets taken off the internet.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, but like,
It's on YouTube. I
who
looked it
knows?
up last
Who knows
month.
for how long, dude? That's the question, man. Is like, who knows? It's a crazy time.
Better lock my doors just in case. What's happening here? People are turning on Bank Street. Should I go up Bank Street? The ambulance is like, please let us through. Please let us through. That's very serious. That's the thing that concerns me a bit. These ambulances need to get through.
Yeah. No, 100%. It seems like so far the rhetoric around that is like, do not be an inconvenience to emergency services whatsoever. So like, so far, I mean, it seems like people got the right kind of mindset when it comes to stuff like this. Like, it seems like everybody's like, okay, guys, we got to do this right. Don't block ambulances or anything like that. Don't impede.
Yeah, I mean, I heard they're leaving, even though it's causing inconvenience, they are allowing an emergency vehicle lane in front of them.
Yeah, so that's good because you don't want to like interfere with like the.
Everybody's turning up Bank Street, so I'm going to do what people don't do and turn up Kent.
And then you're gonna like reach a block and you're like,
And just start going up side streets.
Okay, so you're going like further down the line to try to get around.
Yeah, well, Kent will lead you pretty much right to Parliament Hill anyway.
Okay.
Bank, I think you'll be right at the corner, right in front of the Eternal Flame. Like around there. Kent is like, okay, look.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get as close as we can. Passing the old Greyhound bus station. Of course, it's up. Not a result, apparently, but. I literally was ready to on the one-way street.
Oh dear, don't do that. I think my camera's white balance is a little bit off. I'm a little bit too reddish orange, but.
Any way you want it, any way. Did you ever help that church at Trillium Hall, the Chinese Community Center? Or had you already moved?
What was that? What was
Just
that?
hitting my horns and past people with Canadian flags.
What was the question?
Did you ever help that church at Trillium Hall? The Chinese Community Center.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna say no. I did some volunteer work with I think it was the Ottawa Mission, which I don't know if it works out of that. It's roughly around the block from the
Watching a
place.
U-Haul drive on the sidewalk temporarily to try to get out of traffic. Into Somerset and again
Yeah.
we're gridlocked.
Oh, dude.
Actually, this is McLaren. It's one of my favorite streets. Full of
one of your favorite streets.
full of upstanding. This U-Haul looks like it's stuck. Freedom. Freedom. Go ahead, U-Haul. Like, really? You had to wait? You had to do that? Like, come on. This guy just drove up on the sidewalk so he could make his left turn? There is a lot going on here.
Yeah, man.
Convoy 2022. This is going to be studied.
Freedom Convoy 2022. But you see, that's interesting. The fact that you brought up it's going to be studied. You see, here's the thing. History is written by the victors. So this is why it's important to get the other side of the story. That's why it's important to have independent journalists, people on the ground like yourself, Rebel News. Like, you got to have the people to tell the other side, because if the establishment writes it their way, they might not completely credit things accurately, tell things properly. You know, it'll kind of be for the sake of the narrative, right? And so it's important to, like, kind of keep that in mind because it's like, you know, the history books might tell a different story than what happened. So you got to be ready for that. What's Rebel News saying right now?
Are we gridlocked here? Oh, this guy's trying to turn left, but he's not signaling. Of course.
It was a slow, methodical corruption, a mass hypnosis,
We are gridlocked.
You're letting them know.
And that's, and I'm sorry.
Let them know. Show your support.
Get back to other people, but one more.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get around this.
In the 80s, there was a defector from the Soviet Union named Yuri Bezmenov.
Oh, you're talking about Yuri Bezmenov on Rebel News?
Those, you know, Russian
Passing like the junkie park.
And he gave
The junkie
beer
park.
store here.
The junkie park.
Should get
What?
some cold beer for the truckers.
No, don't. Only if they're not driving.
Well, I assume they're not driving. It's all parked up over there.
Yeah, because it's like, you know.
Oh, 1984. Yeah.
Come on.
Yuri Bezmenov. That's an interview I still need to watch.
Play 30 seconds of Yuri Bezmenov himself. This is the
a little bit closer.
But fast forward to, yeah, there's Bezmenov and his glasses. He looks a little like Yuri Andropov. Just give a little bit of sound.
So, like, Ukraine and Russia, like, could go at it, and, you know, in Canada we got, like, Trucker Convoy US. They just had, like, I think a Freedom March at Capitol Hill, or in Washington, D.C. A couple days ago, I think. I think it went well. I think that everything was chill, hopefully. Like, I didn't hear anything going wrong. I didn't watch the coverage, but I didn't hear anything going wrong, so.
I used to live over here, so.
All right. What are you doing right now?
I'm trying to get closer and closer.
Oh, okay. Because I saw that your
like
camera.
I'm taking little side streets. I'm taking little side streets of local. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because I saw. Okay, yeah, I'll put you on screen because I saw your video was on, and so I wasn't sure. Okay, so we got some heavy traffic right now.
No, this is just parked cars.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna hang on a second here. See if we can put this camera somewhere here.
Pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or conquered by the basic values of American.
Can you see, or is it locked?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually,
Trying
it's
to.
fulfilled because demoralization.
You know what? It's a
Trying to edit something.
I don't want to run the whole thing, but.
Oh yeah.
KGB defector. Do you hear what he says about demoralization, chaos,
Here.
breaking
We're
your
like
spirit?
heading so close to downtown now.
Forget who you
I think
are.
we're to
I think there's a lot of that going on in Canada.
See if we can park here.
That's what I would say to that guy I met in the lobby downstairs yesterday was the number one benefit of this convoy
Cars move on.
was that it
Got dibs on the spot.
and encouraged and gave hope and reminded people.
Oh no, actually I can't
You
park.
don't have to be desperate. You don't have to despair. You don't have to.
Just realized
you don't
driveways
have to say
make
you
it look
agree
like
and you
so
don't.
much snow that
And
it looks
there
like
are
it's
more of us than you think. You know, our
spot.
friend Matt Redman had a song called, you know, where I'm sure you played this song already in the live stream. But there's more of us
Okay.
than them. And I'll be honest, when I
Trying to
first
work
heard the
this
song,
out
I was
right now.
skeptical. I thought, no, I don't think so. But there was a
There we go. Okay. I have a way to show the video now that I approve of. So there we go.
And I tweeted this. He said,
Oh, okay.
Okay. Just trying to work some stuff out. I got a double camera on screen right now, but that'll have to be okay. Okay, so right now there's a big bunch of cars and stuff. You're moving pretty slow, so that's a sign in and of itself.
Lose a job or lose access to society. So as Matt Brevner says, there's way more of us than
What's
that.
the driveway?
Yeah, because just
He's
because you
over
were
here.
forced to take the job,
Want to park the road
because you're forced to comply to keep your job, to keep your life, you're not on Trudeau's team.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, you probably have some buyer's remorse, or maybe you have some resentment, or maybe you said, maybe I sold out too quickly, or maybe I've colluded.
A lot of
somewhere
very
very
Canadian
illegal.
people look
So just
at
because
Canadian
90%
people
of
with
people
their
have done
dukes
something
with their
doesn't mean that they're happy about it. And And I don't propose to dig up that clip, but it's just a Sikh trucker.
Come on, is there no parking around here?
Exactly right.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
take
going to
this off
sign
screen.
off. I'm going to try and go back down there. I'm all warmed up now. Sheila, thanks for holding the fort. Behind the scenes team, I haven't been watching because I've been out there. But
They used to
I'm
live
really
in
glad
this
we did
building
this live
around
stream
before.
too. And that's the reason. The convoy was its own purpose. This live stream magnified it. I felt like a mayor. I felt like a small town mayor. Say, answer, rebel. Lincoln, I was with Lincoln. He had
They're good friends of the Ottawa police.
Said rebel.
Some of them might still be the good guys.
We are their voice because the mainstream media hates everyone here today. I'm going to sign off, you guys. Thanks very much. I'm going to go back up there.
Let's go this way. Let's get some
Hey, thanks, boss. Stay warm, and we got to get you out of the office a little more. You are a man of the people. We have to get you out in the crowds.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it for sure.
Come on.
Okay, thanks, boss. Now, Mr. Producer told me, whispered in my ear when Ezra was talking away to us, that someone has gathered some footage, and I'm not sure if it's our footage or if it has been sent to us or it's found footage. I haven't seen it.
For
so
permit
we're gonna see it
holders
together.
only.
But it sounds like there are snipers. That's what I was told. But I'd like to see.
Oh,
because
dude.
I'm not so sure.
If
So
you could see,
look
hold
at
on.
this. Sounds like there are
Yeah,
snipers
so-
on the roofs
Did
of
you
the
see
building.
anything here?
Let's take a look. It could be just people, security people
Um,
watching, but
Okay,
yeah,
so
that looks
yeah, I got your.
fairly sinister.
Okay, yeah, your
Now,
video
I'm
feed
not
is on my
against
stream
having
right now.
security,
I just see your
watching
leg in the steering wheel.
at the Parliament buildings, but it shows you the mindset.
Somebody might be
of the
leaving here.
government. That's for sure. They really,
Okay,
really
let
want
me know when
this
it's ready.
to be a January 6th event, and
Yeah,
so
so
far,
apparently
so
we got
good.
snipers in some of the
the
rooftops
supply
downtown.
of insurrectionists does not mean
I just want to get this
coming
guy's
from the
spot.
mainstream
He's
media.
leaving. I'm going.
I'm not sure how long we're supposed to go on today, Mr. Producer, till 1 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock Eastern. Is that it? Okay. So maybe let's get back to some of the chats, because I think it's really important that we read those out, because those are
Come on, bro.
messages, by and large, sent directly to our truckers. And so I want to read those out, and maybe, Mr. Producer, if while I'm doing that, you can show some of our gathered footage just in the background, so
You're
people
staying?
can get a feel for what's happening.
John's trying to get through.
That is
You're
footage that
staying or are you
won't
leaving?
see anywhere else.
Are you
except
staying or are you
us,
leaving?
because we have entire
Okay.
groups of people on the ground
All right.
with the truckers right now.
Man
So
on the street trying to get in, trying to
let's
get through.
back to where we were. I think I left off after Gary Fleming. So Shauna Marie G83
Uh-oh.
says,
Right here.
she gives
Spot.
us $25 and says, Justin Trudeau's half-brother Kyle Kemper is on our side and supports the PPC. This is my Canada. And then she links to a Rumble video of him. Yeah, he's pretty awake, I think is the right word. He's pretty awake to just how bad his brother is. But you know, you can't.
Interesting. I'm hearing from Sheila on Rebel News right now that apparently Justin Trudeau's half brother, I think, is like a pretty hardcore PPC supporter. So this is interesting.
Be careful of the salty
I also heard that apparently Jagmeet Singh's brother is one of the largest donors to the Freedom Convoy GoFundMe page, which is also interesting, considering that I think apparently Jagmeet Singh condemned the trucker convoy. So.
If violence ensues, it will unfold into legislation that continues to limit our civil liberties, including our free speech and our ability to organize online. So let's make sure that we don't let that happen. And
yeah, keep it peaceful, guys. We have enough examples to go on of why we have to do this right.
Malnourished, oversoyed protester holding the sign beside that amazing new Canadian trucker is any indication. If they do, if the other side does try to act out, it is not going to go well for them. I think our ladies are.
Because I couldn't even see the other truck.
Dude, there's so many people. This is fantastic.
Just got a spot. I got a spot.
You got a spot. All right. Are you getting out now, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and then you're just gonna book it downtown.
remember to keep
Well, I'm literally 1 block from Parliament or 2 blocks from Parliament.
Oh, fantastic.
in all measures. Be brave.
Like, just trying to see. I'm just waiting for traffic to clear up because I think I could adjust myself closer to the
There's so
curb.
many people who are
Oh, dude, this is wild.
vaccinated. Some people made the choice, a medical choice, to be
Yeah,
vaccinated.
you got
Some
all
people were
kinds of
coerced
people,
into
all kinds of
vaccination.
people,
But
man.
there's so many of those people out there
I don't know if you
supporting
can hear the horns.
truckers, and so many of those people in
I
their
don't-
normal
I
lives
don't
refuse
know.
to be, as I say, a cog in the machinery of the vaccination segregation system. They just don't want to be part of the biomedical privilege class, and thanks to those people for making that strong moral stance. C. Joel gives us $50. Thank you so much. Rebel News got a plug on Tucker Carlson. Yeah, sometimes
Just gonna
Ezra goes
no
on.
charge my
That's
Oh,
battery.
Rebel News got a
nobody
plug on
knows when
Tucker
Ezra's on
Carlson?
Tucker because I'm
Legit.
running around the house screaming and freaking out. Rebel is the only real news in
88%.
Canada. But there's a couple of
All right, yeah, let me know when you're ready.
downplay the work that our friends at True North are doing.
I'm just waiting for
or
this car to move
Colonial,
because, like, I
but
parallel
yeah,
parked, but I parallel parked spot the size of my car, literally.
as much as we can, all of our people deployed.
All the driver's ed knowledge was coming back to you. You're like, 3/4 turns, blah, blah, blah.
We've had to endure.
Oh, it was insane.
1.5 turns, readjust, 17 readjustments later, I'm parked.
As a small business owner, you have a different relationship with your customers than big box stores, the Walmarts, the
I
Costco's
could
of
have
the
probably
world. You
parked
actually
just
know
a
your
little
people.
more. Like,
And the government has been just in the middle, causing strife.
the thing is, like, there's no
between
space for me to even open the door right now.
It's just, I hope that everybody's relationships with their fellow Canadians can be repaired after
People
all the
next to me are
damage the
smoking a
government
joint
has
in their
done to
car.
us.
Very Canadian.
Jackson Sat, sorry, gives us $20. Every time you talk
You know what, I
about
might
Trudeau,
just get out on
your
the other side
internet
of the car
cuts out. Go
because
truckers, go.
I don't think I'm
I
ever
don't
going to
wanna be
get
a
out.
conspiracy theorist, but
Oh, dude.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Keep going. John Marie G83, $5. There is a rumor circulating that Trudeau, aka
Trail
Soros,
mix that. There we go.
$32 million
Got the trail
on
mix.
protesters, aka Antifa, at Parliament Hill. Does anyone have a confirmation as to whether or not that's valid? I would highly doubt that that is actually accurate. You don't have to pay these people to show up.
Yeah, we gotta watch out. You gotta watch out for the Antifa, John. If any Antifa start causing trouble, get them on film.
Money to people like the
Ain't no Antifa, bro.
who basically go around
You are not.
labeling anybody who's in opposition to the government as racist, homophobic, white supremacist,
Yeah.
xenophobic.
You can't joke about that stuff on YouTube, or else somebody might think you're actually being serious.
In the mainstream media, so it's just this like funnel of money to officially demonize enemies of the state, and then you go on the state broadcast
All right.
as an expert,
You hear me?
and
Yeah.
really you're not an expert in anything. You're just
Man on the street.
What's going on?
to demonize.
All right.
So this folk that told me he's just camping here for the next 3 days is actually from Quebec, from what I see.
Yep.
Too much gridlock over here. Like, I'm crossing the street on a green light because
Totally safe.
go see what's going on.
Just so I don't have 2 videos of myself going at the same time.
I would like to do a bit of recording myself, eh?
Yep. Yep, just let me know. If you gotta cut the call or whatever, just let me know. Thank you so much for going down here and giving me the bird's eye view of what's going
I
on.
don't know if you can hear the volume of this.
No, are you going through the phone or are you going through your earbuds? Because I'm thinking
The phone.
Okay, because I'm not.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. It's just it's compressing all the other noise, so it's just hearing you right now.
Okay.
Which I mean is fine.
Thank you.
I hear like yep. Okay, there's some horn stuff.
You hear?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Were you able to hear any of that?
I occasionally hear a little bit. I think that I'm more likely to hear it if you're talking, because I think it tries to do that sound compression like Discord, where when you're not talking, it tries to quiet everything, and then when you're talking, it kind of lets in more.
Hold on. There is like a constant honking everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live around here. Isn't there a Tim Hortons right here, or the next block actually? Yeah, over here. I'll lead you to it.
That's
No worries.
That's the real Canadians right there.
Of course, man. He's my buddy. Yeah, you too.
Jesus to you.
He's my personal savior.
Amen.
Amen,
God bless,
brother.
but he's Lord and Savior.
Where are you guys from?
Lordship is the most important part.
For sure. Where are you guys from?
We're from Toronto.
Oh, right on, right on. Yeah, it's just on the other side of the hotel here on the right.
Thank you.
No worries.
I came out here to preach the gospel.
Oh, right on, right on. I go to a church. It's called Bikers Church.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's over in Vanya. You guys know Vanya?
Yeah, I know Benny. I used to live out here, but
Oh,
I'm
there
not
we go. We got the
gonna-
ministry on the ground, dude. Everybody's pulling.
Oh,
with it.
okay.
Out in 2000. Actually went to Anchorage treatment program out here.
Okay.
First became a Christian.
Right on.
Gordon Street.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right in the market, roughly. Yeah.
It's a drug street.
Behind the metro, or what is it? There's like a grocery store nearby in the LC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that market.
Yeah.
Jesus, true.
No worries, no worries. Which church you guys go to Toronto?
We go to.
What's that, sorry? Joe Boot? Oh, okay. Yeah, so over here there's a...
Oh, sweet Timmy, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Lots of people.
No, I don't think so.
We're gonna get lots of people.
If not, there's another one further up this way near Bank Street.
Heard that honk. All right.
Oh, wow, quite the line there, eh? Oh, boy.
I can't really see. The video's crunched. a
All
bit,
right, man,
guys.
good luck.
Thank you so much.
God bless. Take care. Nice to meet you. John.
John James.
James. Right on. Nice to meet you.
It's not Joseph.
Westminster Baptist
Westminster
Chapel.
Yeah, Joe Booth.
Joe Booth is a teacher or pastor.
Yeah.
Joe Booth or Boot. Boot, like Boot. Okay. Yeah. Okay, right on. I'll look him up. Okay. Right on. Awesome. Cool.
Okay.
Take care. You too.
So big line, John. Big line.
What's going on, man?
Is there was a big line in
Don't
the
know
Tim
if you
Hortons?
caught any of that, Spencer.
Oh, I did. Yes, yeah. If anything,
Spencer? Are you with me?
yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Did you catch any of that?
I did. Yes. That was like it's all going through to my feed right now. So if anything, I was just trying to like guard against any too personal of details getting out. But I mean, like I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. So essentially, like, yeah, ministry on the ground. You see this?
Well, I mean, come on now. That's some pretty generic personal details. You want to come find me in that church?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's probably fine and they'd probably be okay with it, like with the church and everything being known.
No,
they're
they
there.
don't care. I don't think either.
They're
like,
there.
These guys, like the guy just told me, he'd been through a drug rehab program. They're here to preach Jesus,
Yeah.
and like,
Yeah.
I have the phone right in front of me, recording everything. So
Yeah.
like right in front of my chest.
Yeah, no, they're definitely like I think they're there definitely because they're prioritizing like
The person here is wearing a sign that says, "I am not a QR code."
there you go, amen, brother. But yeah, it seemed like they're prioritizing.
Now here we're getting to we're getting to Kent Street here.
Yep. They care about the ministry, so they probably wouldn't mind.
I hope you can hear that.
Some of the details getting out. Yes, no, I could hear that. That's for sure. Yep. Okay, yeah, lots of flags. You see, this is the interesting thing that people kind of need to take recognition of, is it seems like there's a pretty heavy Christian influence on this protest as well. It seems like a lot of a lot of God-believing people are involved in this. So that's good. Got the families out. Praise God.
Getting close to the Supreme Court of Canada here.
Yep, yep.
Crowd is getting a bit thicker.
Yep.
The noise level is insane. I don't know if you can hear any of that.
I've heard some of it.
Did you hear the horns?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I've heard some of it, and especially when you're talking as well, it opens up the audio, it seems. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of noise going on, right? So.
Some people not being so friendly to the police. And we're walking towards Parliament Hill here. I don't know if you can see.
You got it's a lot of people. You got a lot of people. Wow, dude. It's just
I guess probably around 5,000 to 10,000.
That's your conservative estimate.
There's a man screaming, "Delete your backpass and get a free joint." Boots on the ground here. I don't know if you noticed the police right in front of me.
Are they going beside the truck there?
They were just walking on the ground like a big group of 5 of them.
Oh, okay. Kind of on patrol, yeah. I got a friend.
Oh, here people are on top of the.
Excuse me, hashtag TruckersForFreedom2022.
As you get closer to Parliament Hill, the smell of marijuana is everywhere.
This is the unfiltered first-hand scoop right here.
Just past the Special Forces police there. I don't know if you saw them. Up here, a number of them up in the Wellington building with House of Commons.
This is the House of Commons right now? Alright, let's see what we got here. The social side of it. Social media side of it. Okay, so we got police on the ground. So, John, is there any movement of traffic, or is it dead? John, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me.
Getting up to the west wing of Parliament Hill here.
Yeah.
The sound is absolutely deafening.
Yeah, okay, so you can't hear me right now. Yeah. John, can you hear me?
I don't know if you can hear it at all. You probably can't because of the microphone smoothing over your phone.
No, I can hear it.
Sanity.
Yeah, I can hear it. I'm trying to ask him if there's any...
I don't know if you're catching any of the signs people are carrying.
Yeah, okay, where's my webcam? Yes, okay, John, thumbs up. Thumbs up.
People screaming, beating drums.
Yeah, oh, it's a wild time, dude, the energy. I just want to know if there's any movement of traffic, but I don't know if John could even hear me. A panda mask? What is this?
There's a person in a panda suit.
A panda suit, dude, that's awesome. Alright. The first-hand scoop right here.
Baby's crying for the noise.
Okay.
Let's go to hop on the street.
Okay. Live on the ground.
Well, you can
right
see
now.
these signs with the trucks.
Yep. John, can you hear me? Yep. Okay, we got lots of flags. Lots of flags. I've seen the hockey stick with the flag on. I think that's kind of quaint. That's like the most Canadian.
Very Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. John and I are in the same wavelength here. Yeah, very Canadian. Okay, John. Dude, oh man, if I was there on the ground, man, I could get all this on video. Okay, John, is there any...
oranges and chips.
I don't think
we'll eat your back basket and free toy. Over here, we're on Parliament Hill.
Okay, Parliament Hill. John
right
is in the action right now. Okay. Lots of flags. Lots of flags. People dressing warm. Dude, we got a Mexico flag. Dude, we got all kinds, dude. And I don't know who got the long arm cherry pickers out there with the flags hanging in the sky, but good on them. That's legit.
There's a boom truck with a crane there.
Yeah, boom truck. Yeah, that's legit. That's legit. Yeah. And watch the media potentially smear this as a super spreader event afterwards.
We're gonna walk onto Parliament Hill's front lawn here by the Eternal Flame.
Okay, by the Eternal Flame. Get man on the street. Okay. Not sure if people are kind of having some words with the police or not. I'm not sure. Okay, people are on the fence there. Oh, it's wow. That's a lot. Okay. And I'm gonna check Twitter real quick, see if Mr. Trudeau has said anything.
Give me a lady, get here. I don't know if you can see that.
So,
you get a good look at that, Spencer.
Okay, let's see. Do it again, John. That's a lot. That's a lot of people, eh? What's your estimate? How many people?
Just stand up over here.
Yeah. So far, Trudeau tweeted about Islamophobia, and it's not in relation to the protests, I don't think, but he's remembrance of Quebec City mosque attack. Okay, so he's talking about Islamophobia on Twitter right now. Okay, so, and then he retweeted this other guy that was talking about January 29th being marked for the first time as National Day of Remembrance.
Right there is about like 15 steps away from the eternal flame.
Yeah.
Right on the front lawn of Parliament Hill. It's probably about 10,000, 15,000 people here.
Wow. So from what I've seen, Trudeau has not addressed this event at all. He's instead tweeted about Islamophobia. I didn't go back more than 4 hours in his tweets. I could be wrong, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen any response from Trudeau about this event yet in terms of
no, he's self-isolating apparently.
Yeah, but he has time to tweet about Islamophobia and stuff like that. So I mean, like, I feel like if he wanted to, he could have responded to what is happening right now outside, but I don't know. I just wanted to check in and see if there was any word on that, but it's more of the same, I guess. Okay, so okay. All right, John, is there any kind of blockages or any kind of, like, so it seems like there's just a fence perimeter, a small kind of railing perimeter?
You can hear the east block is completely blocked off.
Okay. Pretty heavy police presence, or moderate police presence, maybe? Actually, not. I don't know if there's a whole lot of police there. I don't know.
Somebody firing off fireworks or some kind of...
Oh no! Don't do the fireworks, guys. This is not a good time. Somebody better get on them quick and be like, "Yo, don't do that." I don't know
what that was.
Yeah, somebody better, like, if somebody's setting off fireworks, people.
Pants out of the crowd for you here.
Yeah, you got to tell them to, like, stop. Like whoever's around them's got to tell them to stop, because that stuff is not gonna bode well.
Making my way to the exit.
Yep.
You hear a mix of languages here, mostly French and English.
Okay, so lots of people, big crowd, gotta focus to make your way through it, kind of thing. Like, you gotta, like, yeah, lots of people turning out today. This is good.
Allez-y. Je prends la place de tout. Non. Well, here's some guys getting some anti-liberal rhetoric speech.
Okay. Can you identify the speaker? Do you know who is speaking? It's so blurry right now, I cannot tell.
Why did we all gather in Ottawa? Is he going to listen? Is he going to resign?
I'm kind of wondering if that's Chris Guy, I'm not sure.
Let me tell you what I think the point is. The point is the convoy itself. To show that you're not alone. To show that you're not the greatest. What they are.
John, can you identify the speaker? Okay.
Stop.
All right, John, do you know who the speaker is? So I'm not sure if John's making his way out of Parliament Hill right now into the street now. Yeah, I think he's on the street now. My goodness. Connection's kind of spotty. Well, very spotty. But I mean, this shows you kind of what you need to see. A lot of people. So this is a very large fringe minority, as you can see.
Everybody chanting "Fuck Trudeau."
Yeah, there's a few of those flags, I guess. A few of those flags. Okay.
Hey, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. John, could you get an ID of the speaker? Do you know who is speaking?
Very intense.
Can you hear me, John? I don't think John can hear me. John's doing a good job of going around and getting a variety of the place anyway, so that's good.
What's that, sorry?
John, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no problem hearing you. It's just I know with all the noise you probably can't hear me. Did you know who is giving the speech?
No, a gentleman on top of a truck platform, a truck bed with a megaphone.
Okay. Do you know what did he look like? Was he like in a tank top, or was he wearing any kind of like merch?
It wasn't Chris Guy, I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Let me get closer.
Okay, because I was wondering if it was Chris Guy, because I was trying to find where he was at, or like I think he's been banned from everything, so I don't know.
It is like minus 20 outside, so
I feel like he'd still wear the muscle shirt at least for a second.
let's see here.
Yeah. All right, John is trying to get ID of the speaker right now. Just kind of curious who's giving the
Guy
speech.
with a beard.
This guy with a beard. It might be Patrick King. I'm not sure. Like, there's a guy with a beard. That's kind of a bit of a general thing. So it could be anybody. It could be anybody.
Yeah. I can't tell. I'd have to get closer to see.
Is he wearing any? Is he wearing any merch?
Just gonna get closer.
Yeah. Okay. I don't even know if John can hear me. Okay. Lots of people, probably just ordinary, everyday people, taking some time out of their day to make their voices heard. Some patriots. Lots of flags. That's the constant. Lots of flags.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I got a message from a white supremacist feeling up here. Not really, I'm just kidding.
You don't even want to make jokes about that. They're going to clip that. So they got a stage on the truck bed. Wow. Audio's cutting out. Marching band. Not really, just a drummer, but yeah, no, it's wild. It's wild. Okay, so I have no idea who that speaker was. Probably some video come out later that'll give a bit of a clearer look. Probably definitely other people that are recording that. Doing what I can from the distance away that I am to try to, I don't know, I just kind of get the fear of missing out right now. I'm just like, oh, I want to be involved. All right, lots of flags. Yep. Seems like a very lively place. Lots going on. Lots of noise. Lots of people. Lots of people. Not a lot of masks either. But yeah, lots of different people. Who knows? Probably all from all walks of life. Lots of signs. Lots of signs.
Making my way back to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to call my in-laws just for a sec here, okay?
Yeah, all right. We'll see you in a bit, John. Thanks. Okay, so that was the feed from my man on the ground, boots on the ground, friend of mine in the city who got to go down there and give us a little bit of a look into what's going on today in Ottawa. Like I said, I would be there if I was there. I would be on the ground if I was there. But I can't because I'm very far away. But oh, dude, I would love to be there on the ground for that right now. But I'll turn the music down a little bit. But essentially, yeah. So far, it seems like it's going really good. You want to keep the composure. We got some pretty good composure going right now, where you don't want to make any. You don't even want to joke about being extreme in any way, because literally, probably anything they can use against us, they will. So you want to just keep it chill as things seem to be going. There's some speakers on the ground, as we've seen now. I don't know how many, but at least one. And you know, they're literally set up. We got the audio set up in the back of a truck bed. So I mean, like that's something. That's something. So I mean, probably gonna have to wait till after. Or maybe there's other people that got that going on right now, or there might be. Okay. This I think is what John gave us.
And apart. All right, I love you all. Let's bring this all together. Let's be humble. Let's be peaceful. Do not give in to liberal tactics.
There we go.
All right? I love you all. Big Bear. Woo!
Okay, so this is what John just gave us a perspective on. This is from Top TV Canada.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a celebrity from alternative media here to speak with you. This mic is now no longer COVID safe. It is covered. It is covered. All right, my dear, you want to just come on forward? She's got a horn and she's got something to say. Canada! Canada! We are free! We are free! Thank you to Jim Carahalios for the use of this incredible thing from the Blue Party. Vote for him next time.
The Blue Party.
I want to tell you something. I've been looking everywhere.
I don't know much about the Blue Party at all.
Everybody, have you seen a terrorist?
No.
Have you seen a racist?
No.
What about a misogynist?
I haven't seen any. I haven't seen anybody being racist or misogynistic.
Trudeau is giving misinformation again!
The media's going to try to spin this somehow. I almost guarantee it.
Let me tell you something. Our grandparents fought for our freedom. This is now our war.
Yeah, the generations hand off, you know.
Today we fight for our children and our children's children.
Wow, that's some words right there, man. That's some.
They will not wear masks, and they will not be forced to take a shot that has already killed 300 children.
Oh, she's going in on that. Okay.
This is what we say.
There's a mixed reaction
Today
from the crowd there.
We unite
Kind of mixed, but
the
mostly
East
supportive.
and the West. Trudeau has divided our country for 2 years. It took the truckers 2 weeks to put us back together.
I mean, there's kind of some facts there. There's kind of some truth there.
Christians, we have atheists, we have Jews, we have Muslims.
Is that my water?
I don't know what's going on their side right now, but yeah, we got people on the ground. Let's see what's going on right now. Mark safe. Okay. Okay. Okay, Maxime Bernier's tweeting. Maxime Bernier's tweeting. Today we commemorate 5 years.
I water? Yeah.
Claim the superiority. Okay, here's a real quick. I gotta bring this on screen. This is the kind of stuff that is not helpful. I'm not talking about Maxime. Maxime is responding to this. So this right here is just it's not helpful. It's just not helpful. So like, okay, so Trudeau I think earlier was tweeting about a similar kind of thing. He didn't necessarily use the same words underneath here, but who knows, maybe they're kind of the same mind on this. So today, Jagmeet Singh, who I believe is the leader of the NDP, today we commemorate 5 years since a terrorist attacked and murdered Muslims in a Quebec City mosque. We said never again. And today, Conservative MPs have endorsed a convoy led by those that claim the, quote, superiority, quote, of the, quote. Remember, you have to move around in case they try to clip your video and frame you for saying something you didn't say. Quote, white, quote, bloodline, and equate Islam, quote, to a, quote, disease. So, I mean, I don't know who is saying that. I don't know who's saying that, but Mr. Singh, I don't think this is helpful at all. Like, enough with the gaslighting. Please using a tragedy to push your own narrative shame. I mean, this guy kind of sums it up right there. We got Kian on the ground, Rebel News, doing what needs to be done. All right, where am I going? There's too much stuff going on right now. All right, so we got. Okay, yeah, I just these people. We gotta stop supporting people that are lying. Stop supporting people that are just trying to divide and pit us against each other over a bunch of just ridiculousness. Like, there are all kinds of issues that we could work out, but saying that this trucker convoy is like some ridiculous supremacist thing, like, let's get real. Like, let's get real. We got a mix of people out here. Like, people just want their lives back. Quit demonizing people that just want their lives back. Like, we gotta be reasonable. Come on, guys. Like, don't support people that are gonna be ridiculous and try to tear people apart over lies or whatever. It's just crazy. Just crazy.
Thank you all. I'm nobody. I'm not paid for by any of these people to be up on this fucking stage today. I'm an electrician. And we did it!
See, this is not helpful. This does not lead for very good optics. Again, I understand the frustration, but this does not help the cause in the best way.
The rest of the world, good luck. Let us set the first example here. And for everybody else, good luck.
Fair enough, good luck. Yeah, everybody's trying to do good, man.
All right, we got a trucker here from New Brunswick.
Oh, wow. Okay. Dude, I wish I was there, dude. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Dude, the crowd is hyped, dude. The world better be watching.
On est deux dissidents ensemble. We all have kids going to school with masks. We have parents at the new aux gens avec des soins enfermés dans leur chambre. Nos parents, contre la guerre, sont délaissés. On est ensemble, on se unit, puis on va faire une différence.
I don't speak French enough to know. Parliament Hill 53K tweets trending. Truckers for Freedom 2022, 142K tweets trending right now on Twitter. Even the post-millennials writing about it.
No, we won't
Well,
go.
pretty much everybody's probably writing about it.
No, we won't go. No, we won't go. No, we won't go. No, we won't go. Une chose, on est tous là-dedans ensemble. On va enlever nos tics. On va montrer à M. Trudeau. On va enlever nos casquettes. Puis on va faire un Canada bilingue. Pour nous autres, pas pour lui. On le fait for us. On va chanter. On enlève nos tics. Pour nous autres, on enlève nos
So I'm not
casquettes.
sure what he's saying.
Puis on chante au Canada.
Probably something against Trudeau.
Oh,
Canada. See this? Get back to the core. I don't remember it very well in French.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for the Lord. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
That's good. That's good.
We got this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the support.
Alex Brown in the chat. I mean, NDP and Liberals seem to be pretty much
folks,
on the
it's
same
awesome
page, I
we
would
have
imagine.
all
That's
this,
my assumption, so I
all
could be
the
wrong, but I
excitement. There's
mean,
a gentleman here.
anybody
He
prove me
seems
wrong.
pretty intense. He wants to say something. I can't hear what he's saying. I'm going to give him the mic for a second.
Okay, I don't know why whoever the authorities here have only got room for about 2 people to go through that gate at a time, and there's thousands of people in there, and it's a accident waiting to happen. So people need to allow for some room by that main entrance up to the Parliament Hill. Clear some space so there's some people can walk by. People are getting stuck in there. People can't get out. And so get over.
Okay, so what he's saying is it's about safety. I get it. There's a spot over there. It's tight. Just be cautious over there that you don't get pinned. You don't get stuck. Is that good?
Small French minority.
All right.
See, there, you got
Now we have another person here who wants
like
to talk. This
dozens
is
of
Brittany.
camera angles. This is good.
Brittany from Coburg. She's the daughter of a truck driver.
Okay, there we go.
I just want to thank everybody for showing your support today for all these truck drivers and what they do for us. As a truck driver's daughter, it means a lot. Can you hear me now? I just want to thank everybody for showing your support today. And Trudeau, we're not going anywhere. We're done.
Oh, dude. Gets emotional just hearing it, man, because it's like, this is the kind of thing, you know, like,
I just want to thank you.
people just speaking up.
Thank you, Brittany.
People speaking
Awesome.
up.
Thank you, Brittany. So one of the things that happened here is this all started so quickly. First there was a couple trucks, then 10 trucks, then 100 trucks, then 1,000 trucks. And then we're here today with so many people. We weren't prepared for all these people. This is just the most amazing thing.
Crazy.
And it's humbling
It's awesome.
to see so many people.
Awesome.
I gotta go on this side too. I'm sorry, folks, I'm not ignoring you. It's just so nice to see so many of you here. Do we have anyone else? All right, we have another speaker here. What's your name, ma'am? All right, we have Stacey Payne with Feds for Freedom.
Oh, interesting.
Hey everyone! Good morning, Canada! Woo! My name is Stacey Payne. I am the daughter of a truck driver. Woo! I was born and raised in Kingston, Ontario. I'm a graphic designer for the federal government.
There we
or
go.
I was. Until August 13th. Justin Trudeau made his first
wonder if Facebook's gonna pull any live streams today. This is important to keep an eye on. It could happen. It could happen. I wouldn't put it past them to pull live streams. As soon as you question the jab, oh no, guys. See, I wonder if this is buffering for longer than usual, and given what just was said.
Bullshit!
Okay. Darn. Let's see if there's any more YouTube stream coverage of this.
We have served our unions with a court case because we are taking them to the labor court. We have also served the entire core department
Global
of the
News
federal
is no longer
government
streaming live to
a
YouTube.
cease and desist because we're filing a class action lawsuit against them.
There we go.
I filed a whistleblower disclosure complaint and they don't give a crap at all. They think it was done ethically and balanced, even though there was no sitting house from June 24th
Alright, so there are
to
currently
November 19th.
no...
It was all dictatorship. No law, code, oath, directive, policy, or procedure matter to our employers anymore. Only this COVID policy.
If you look up Trucker Convoy Ottawa live stream on YouTube, I don't believe you'll find any mainstream news publications live streaming anymore. That's worth noting.
For the first time in years, as we move forward, rebuilding democracy.
Pat King's live again on Facebook. The real Pat King.
More involved in our local communities. Yes. If you want to see the change, be the change.
Gotta show the love to the supporters.
Get to know your neighbors. Get to know your farmers.
This woman's speaking some good points about, like, get to know your communities.
There's hungry days ahead, and we need to make it through here, guys. Throw back to 4-H clubs and learn valuable knowledge. Yep.
Yeah, no, learn skills.
Dwight Yoakam once said, "Divided we fall. Together we stand. Divided we fall." Thank you so much for showing up. We've been fighting for 5 months, and it feels good to have some backup.
Come on, guys.
Thank you.
For anyone that's tuned in now, I did have a friend on the ground that was giving me video through WhatsApp, but he went to go and do something, and so I don't have his live video anymore, but it was earlier.
To introduce to you the man who's made the sound system possible today. He's got a message for you that I'm telling you, if you want your freedom, you gotta listen to this guy. I've been following him for 10 years.
Who is it?
Ladies and gentlemen,
drum roll.
Put your hands together for the leader of the new Blue Party of Ontario, Jim Karahalios.
Interesting. I don't know really anything about the Blue Party.
Is Rod Stocky not the best? Is this guy not awesome? Okay, I think we could do a survey real quick. Should Rod Stocky run for provincial parliament in Ontario to get rid of the lockdowns? What do you guys?
I mean, you could campaign on pretty
Survey
much
says
just
Rod's
that.
going to be a candidate in the next provincial election, June 2nd. My name's Jim Karahalios. You may not know who I am. You might be thinking, who's this guy?
I know who you are,
New
Jim.
Blue, what?
Okay. Checking in again on Patrick King, or Real Pat King, is just kind of going around the outskirts right now. There's so many cars. Like, you're probably hard pressed to find a parking spot. And I think he's just doing some man on the street, just kind of walking around. He might be talking with people.
What were you just saying? Why
I was saying, I'm here for my mom. She lost her job. She's working there for 25 years, and she lost her job because she would not get the vaccine because of her mental health. She cannot take it, and it's just going to make it worse. and I'm tired of the restrictions. I'm tired of our privacy not being private anymore. I want my freedom. I want Canada to be the way it used to be.
Yeah.
Not with this COVID bullshit. I'm done with it. I'll put my feet down.
Hopefully everybody's done with it now.
The pandemic's over. Get with the program.
Even just like what he said there about his mom, like 20 years in a given job, and all of a sudden it's just like, okay, the jab or your job. Like it just feels like there's a lack of respect for the commitment when you just put people up against something like that. You know.
It's actually not so bad. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
I'm gonna give you guys a little read off on what's the temperature.
It's so exciting to be here. Hey, thanks for being here.
Just to give you a little context.
Isn't it? History in the
Yeah,
making.
history in the
How do you
making,
feel
that's for sure. You
seeing all
gotta
of
keep
this?
it together, guys.
Encouraged
Keep it
to
together.
keep on fighting, to keep up the good fight. I don't think we're a small fringe minority of racists and misogynists anymore. And you know what? If they want to call me a racist and a misogynist, that's
Yeah,
fine.
the misogynist
Call
woman
me
in the
free.
crowd.
I love it.
Okay, it says extreme cold warning for Ottawa, but the only thing is,
Yeah. What is
right now 3 p.m.
small fringe minority misogynistic racist?
Okay, wait, okay.
I've been looking for you.
So according to the weathernetwork.com,
It's you.
temperature in Ottawa -13, feels like -21. So not an extremely cold day, but a commitment nonetheless.
And the next day. And the next day. Are you guys coming back? All right. A lot of people are going to be back. Yes.
All right, I'm going to really quickly
So we'll see you guys
give you the
tomorrow.
perspective of Patrick King, the real Pat King right now. He's out doing some interviews, it seems.
I don't want to spoon with you, so I'm looking for a nice place to stay here in the hill. I'm this guy's right hand man. Yeah, he doesn't, but he doesn't want to share a king-size bed with me because he's scared. Why are you scared, Owen? Scared of what? I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're going to have someone else in that bed tonight, buddy. I'm not into that though right now. I got shit to do, you know. Yeah. Well, I'm looking for another place, though. I can find a place. Yeah. So if anybody out there, then you have a room to yourself, buddy. Yeah. I know. I have a king-size bed for myself. So if there's anybody in the area right here that has a spare room for Owen, a spare bed for Owen, hey, for Owen, co-pilot. My name is Owen. Yeah, we've met. Are you Owen? I'm Owen. Okay. Yeah, buddy. I hate you. Perfect. Hello. Anybody around here? What's your Facebook? Owen Swiderski on Facebook. You can find him on my page, of course, Freedom George. So, yeah, Owen's looking for a place close hereby. Let's do it. Thank you. Okay, message him on Facebook. Oh, look at all the frost. Too cold. Okay, we're going back to Pat now and see what he's up to.
Okay, so Pat has...
We gotta get him out of here. We gotta get going. Oh yeah, no, you're doing it. I'm doing it. Yeah. Let's go talk to people and ask them how their day is and what they're thinking and why they're smiling so much. Go ask them. Why are you smiling? They usually say freedom. Talk people, ask why they're smiling so much. Hey! How come you're smiling so much? How come you're smiling so much? Oh, we're so happy, brother. You having a good day, are you? It's a good day today. It's a good day. He says it's a good day. It's a good one today.
Let's see what's going on with Twitter. So the Independent now published an article as well.
How come you're smiling so much?
I'm not actually the security guard, but just trying to keep warm out here.
Yeah, it's a cold one, eh? It's a better out in the sun.
Yeah, but here supporting with my mom, here supporting with everybody.
Right on, brother.
Near the food truck.
Nice.
That's the best world.
Hey, sir, how come you're smiling so much?
What's that?
How come you're smiling so much?
I'm glad to see all the support. It's about friggin' time we've had something like this. Why is it always the truckers? The truckers did it way back when. They were way back when they were unionized. They were able to do it then, and they're doing it again now. And a lot of support's coming on to help them. So yeah, I think it's a good day for everybody.
Isn't
Hopefully things will change after this week.
Oh, it will. It already has. Look at it.
Look at it.
According to the Independent, if you go to my
Thank you.
Twitter at Yoden Plays right now, I just shared it not too long ago. Retweeted
Excuse
it.
me, miss.
I said, is it
How
true?
come you're smiling so much?
So apparently, according to the Independent, breaking news: Justin Trudeau moved to secret location as Canada protests spark security fears. Report says. I have not read the article, but feel free to go there and read it and see if it is true. I do not know if it is true, but if it is, worth noting.
Come on, let's go!
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
We gotta get Carrie back to the, we're gonna get Carrie back to the hotel. She's got a bad knee, so we're gonna walk back there and get her all warmed up. And then we're gonna kind of get some food in us and come back out of it.
Too sweet.
Can Bix T said 8 minutes ago, Tower 19. You could take a guess who that's about.
How's it going? Oh, he's getting hugged. Look at it. Everyone's coming to hug the man.
From Rebel News on Twitter right now.
Fucking bad. We didn't know. Right there.
Cam Bix T is on the ground. So we got Rebel News on the ground. I think it's the websites. You have thecountersignal.com. I don't know if I'm saying over all the noise, but it's fine. Okay.
Excuse me, guys. How come you're smiling so much?
Genuine journalism going on.
Yes, everything is fine. That's
Oh,
so
it's
nice.
wild. It's a good time to be alive. Good time to be alive.
I don't think we're going to wrap our head around how great and beautiful this is for months, you know, years maybe. When we're thinking back and be like, we actually did that. It's incredible.
Are you from Ottawa?
I'm from Saskatchewan.
Oh, wow.
All the way from Saskatchewan.
Quebec City.
Yeah?
City, there we go. Yeah, it's not,
Nice.
not too far.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Quebec City's not
Hug?
super far. It's far enough. It's a trek.
Yeah.
It's,
Over here too, buddy. Freedom. Thank you.
Dude, what a lovely time. What a lovely, just great scene. My goodness.
Freedom hugs. Get your freedom hugs. We all kinds. Big ones, little ones. Pick you up
Freedom
curly
hugs,
round
dude.
ones.
I think hopefully this is showing that people are just not afraid anymore. They're just not buying the fear anymore.
There's
We're
a
probably all
here,
going
look, I found some heat, a little
weighing
secret.
the
If
risks.
you're out
There's
here
always
in
going to
your
be some
valley,
level of
you
risk,
find the
but
heat and you
we've
put
done
your
this for
hands
long
on
enough.
it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hey, let's go. Let's light some shit on fire, man.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. You guys got to be careful what you joke about on stream.
No, it's a peaceful burn barrel. Don't fuck with it.
Mostly peaceful.
You should have seen the bonfires on the way up, man. Like, some of them were like houses on fire. They're so big.
We can't let ourselves be psyops. We can't. 100%.
Rest yourself.
So they're still doing speeches
for these mandates, and that is the New Blue Party of Ontario. I want you guys to Google us, Facebook us, Instagram us,
I
tweet us.
don't know enough about them to know whether I would want to recommend a vote for them or not. I do like the PPC. I like what I hear. But, I mean, you gotta do your research. Do your own research.
Guess what, people? Special guest, and I know you know who it is. We have Pancake and Canada. Holy shit.
Alright, I'm gonna try to get John back on the line. Hello, John.
Hello.
Awesome. I had to hang up and call you because my computer, like, wouldn't get the call the same way that, what was it? Wouldn't wouldn't receive it properly. My goodness, where is the thing?
Chart of the Canadian Bill of Rights.
Yeah. Did you give me the video option?
Oh, I turned it off and turned it around.
Okay.
I'm not downtown anymore. I'm now leaving downtown.
Oh, you're leaving downtown. Okay, yeah.
I
So
think I might be slightly deaf in one ear temporarily.
this is fair. This is fair. This is fair. Where is this?
Yeah, it was pretty intense down there. Funny thing is, we ran into those gospel preaching folks from Toronto on the way.
Yeah.
Ran into them on the way back here. Hold on, I'm turning off my.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty wild on the ground right now. What was it? So the people that I managed to find. So on Top TV Canada, there's a stream right now that is showing, some like the speakers there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pat King is speaking now. Okay, so right now, the guy that was, I don't know who was speaking earlier when you went up, but one of the guys from the Blue Party, or the leader of the Blue Party of Ontario or something like that, went up there and talked a bit too. They've had different people speaking. I don't think Chris Guy has spoke, but they got Pat King, or the real Pat King. He's the guy that I think tried to take on the government in Alberta.
Yeah, no, when you said dude with a tank top, I was like, I thought you were talking about Chris Guy.
Oh, I was, and I was kind of wondering because he would probably be a speaker at an event like this. Whether it be to our benefit or maybe for optics, it might not look good because sometimes he could be a little wild. But I mean, I don't know.
There are police everywhere.
There are police everywhere. Dude, there's a guy in a Yeti costume.
There's a guy in a panda costume.
I saw that. That was something. Yeah, I don't know, John, if you knew, but we are a small fringe minority.
Yes.
Yes.
Like 10 to 15.
Like maybe 12 people. Yeah, but no, there's. It seems like a lot of the streams are done through Facebook. I guess Facebook's a bit more user-friendly for streaming from a phone. Because on YouTube, even like Global News or whatever I was looking at earlier, they were like the only mainstream media thing that was streaming to YouTube. They're not streaming anymore. I wouldn't doubt that the entire mainstream media might have pulled out of the event now.
Like, what about Rumble?
What was that?
What about Rumble?
Rumble, the NPC show or NPC Lunch Hour, whichever one of their channels was streaming there. They're like independent. Rebel News streamed a bit earlier, but I don't believe they're still streaming now. Rebel News does have, I think, Kian Bext is on the ground. I don't know if Mocha is on the ground there yet, but there are people. It's just I don't know that anybody's giving a live feed.
I saw a few professional-looking YouTubers, or not YouTubers, but videographers.
Okay. The only thing is that they might all be like filming stuff and come out with it after the event's done.
That's true.
Because which is good, but I mean I find like right now it's all about the live feed. That's why it was kind of nice to actually have somebody I know there on the ground. So thank you for that.
Oh, and Mr. Puff's opened up at Lance.
Yeah.
I might go mad and told me to get home with it.
Yeah.
Video to her family.
So I heard, according to the Independent, that news outlet, apparently a report says that Trudeau was moved to a secure location due to security concerns or something like that. I don't know if that's true. It might be. And Jagmeet Singh made a post about the Quebec mosque attack that happened years ago, and then basically I think he equated some of the truckers now to white supremacists, and so they're burying themselves. Because how could you not make things not go well for you when you say things like that about this bunch of regular people,
Yeah, if anything, this may result in the separating of Alberta from the rest of Canada.
Alberta might separate?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been talking about that for ever, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this might accelerate that.
But here's the thing. We gotta move to Alberta, and then if they secede and become part of the U.S., then we automatically get American citizenship. And then we all go to Texas or Florida.
I wonder how that would work. I was born.
Because what?
I was born in Alberta, so maybe I get automatic American citizenship.
Oh, dude. That would be interesting, eh? Dude, that would be awesome.
It would sponsor my wife again.
Double sponsorship.
Announce your Mexican citizenship. Mexican passport, we're going to be dual citizens of Canadian.
There you go.
Just like that.
There you go. Can you not have 3 citizenships?
No, only 2.
Wow. PPC.
Only 2, and only with countries that allow you to only have.
Okay.
Some countries are required that you only have with them.
Yeah, my choice would be Canada, U.S.
Be pretty awesome.
Yeah, that
Or
would be...
Canada.
What was that? Canada, Europe?
Yeah.
Yeah. I still would do Canada, U.S. U.S. is where it's at for so many things.
Trying to get his Greek passport because he has a Greek passport, but he has to take it out of the records in Greece. Then he would be a member of the European Union. That's basically that would allow you access to all the countries in Europe for healthcare. And like basically, if you stay there 6 months a year, and here 6 months a year, okay, your healthcare in both places. I am not going to find speech for myself.
Wow. Dude.
Hearing coming back and quite an headache.
Yeah, I recommend you check out Top TV Canada when you get back to the house. They're doing some pretty good on the ground stuff. Same with the real Pat King doing some man on the street stuff. See, I find it
There's
difficult.
a guy handing out cold beers to truckers. And,
yeah,
and another handing out gospel tracks. And the guy handing out gospel tracks to the guy with the cold beer.
Yeah.
Gospel tracks on the ground.
Because the Liberal and NDP governments are probably going to double down and continue to smear all of these people and say they're white supremacists, racist, misogynists. I find that kind of funny when you have a bunch of women here, I'm pretty sure, and you also have some native peoples as well that are like beating the drum and stuff like that. So I mean, like, good luck trying to smear these people with every trick in the book. Like, hopefully people are just so over that. Like, hopefully that just falls on deaf ears and people are like, yeah, not buying it.
Are you still alive?
I am still alive, yes.
Okay, I was going to say, there's a certain person that made a post this morning that was like, but he just wants a peace of mind in Ottawa this morning. And a honk if you love Trudeau sign.
Oh.
And like, she got actually like 48 likes. Like, people were like, oh, that's so awesome, so funny, so good. Like, how out of touch with like the political situation are you?
Well, I mean, like, even if you like Trudeau, if you like a politician, at least be able to call them on their faults, right? So, like, regardless of whether you like or don't like, critically analyze, like, what the heck's going on and be like, yo, man, at the very least, you need to reevaluate. And, I mean, maybe if he resigned, I mean, a lot of people would be okay with that, too. But, but I just... yeah, if PPC got elected majority, everything would have ended probably overnight. If they could end it overnight, I don't know if stuff would have to go through the courts or whatever. But
wife really wants me to skate tomorrow. I don't have skate.
Historic moment for Canada. I'm proud Canadian. This is the biggest rally we've been to.
I don't think she's. I thought it was like an indirect permission to go. Now I think she got mad that I went.
To the event?
She's like, go home or buy skates.
A lot of people saying they're not leaving until we have justice.
Yes. Good.
Justice for Justin.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's possible.
It's icy here.
Those guys were from like a Baptist church, Reformed Baptist.
Okay, the guys you met on the street, yep.
That's pretty serious. Like, there's a dude carrying the cross from Jesus. They say INRI, like they implies he's the king of the church or something.
Yep. I think I'm not sure. I might have seen that. Yeah, there was one guy that was carrying a crucifix. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, you saw that?
Yeah. It was like a smaller, kind of like maybe 1 to 2 feet long one.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
I think you saw that.
Yeah, no, I saw.
I guess he
passing,
left
yeah.
in his car. Because I didn't even see him while I was filming when we were walking. But like later on, I saw him in his car.
Right.
And so was the dude. Actually, when I came back, the dude came out at Tim Hortons. Like the lineup in was that long. I had time to go to Hill, walk around. And on my way back, I'm like, I'll swing by Tim Hortons to see if these guys are there.
Yep.
And they were literally walking out of Tim Hortons as soon as I walked by with their coffees. Like they actually met people from my church in there.
Yep. Okay. Pat King's going around.
Like he walked in yelling about Jesus, and
hangs.
these other people, hey bro, like Jesus is our boy. We know Jesus too.
Yep. Yeah. No. Like I mean, if anything, there's something that you can get from this is that there seems to be like at least a very decent amount of like Christian support. Like so every now and then you'll see a sign where it's like you know, God keep our land free, or only Jesus saves, kind of things like that. Like it's just like it's a really good kind of Christian involvement in the movement, and I'm just kind of waiting to hear what one pastor I know has to say about this on Sunday, because there's all different pastors out there and all different kinds of pastors that are supporting all different kinds of things or for or against, and I really think that the Christian church needs to like really dig deep and figure out where they stand and be like, okay, we need to figure out what we're doing and why, and is that something that lines up with God's word? Is that something that we're in the right to do, or is there a way that we need to change to either stop doing wrong or to start doing right? I think that's a big thing, because so many people are probably just maybe don't. I would assume a lot of people kind of don't know what to do, and they're just kind of sitting on their hands right now, filling a pew, and it's like, well, are we called to action right now to do something right? Like that's a good question that everybody should hopefully ask themselves.
I hear you. That's where I'm at too. Like, that's why I kind of got into this church, because it's more like a boots on the ground approach.
Yeah, because I mean, like at the very least, how I kind of feel about it is I don't necessarily completely know what to do, but I feel in a way like I can't do nothing, and I think that hopefully most people are on that page where it's like they don't know what to do necessarily, but they can't do nothing, and so they're going to try to do something good.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess it kind of. I had a good conversation with the pastors of our previous church about that. It's like, you think Jesus was he pro-Roman or was he pro the people?
Yep. And even like, so you also have to ask yourself, like, because I'm not a biblical scholar, I'm not extremely well informed on the history and how things worked, but would it be fair to say that the Pharisees and the Sadducees were not necessarily the governing body, but these were people in positions of authority, as far as I understand. These were people in positions of power that, in a way, had some ability to not govern the people, but they kind of, I don't even want to say they ruled, but they had a lot of influence, and they probably gave a lot of direction to people. And there's countless times where Jesus was, speaking out against the Pharisees, or maybe, like, if I remember correctly, rebuking the Pharisees, and correcting them and things like that. And so I think what matters is how you do it, and what you're doing and how you're doing it, because you can do the right thing the wrong way, right? And like speaking out against something bad can be an inherently good thing, but it can be done in a way that is not helpful, right? And
like back from Parliament Hill, that guy that we ran into, like basically he told this guy, like, with his crucifix, he was making him an image of sweet to repent.
Yeah.
He's like flat out.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
yeah. I think one of the main things, like, people still need to pray for Trudeau. People still need to pray that Trudeau would repent and tell him, Trudeau, repent, repent and turn from any kind of wicked ways you might be involved in. And that goes for all politicians. That goes for O'Toole, for Mr. Singh, for everybody, of any party of Maxime Bernier, everybody, including ourselves. We all need to repent of the things that we're sinning in and that we're doing wrong in. And we need to turn to Jesus, do what's right. And what that looks like exactly, that's a thing that we should continue to think about and figure out and pray on. But how many people are just like, well, doing this XYZ thing is against the government in some way, so therefore we should not do it. And it's like, well, I think we need to give it a bit more nuance and dissection of conversation than that. Like, we need to really think about what is the context here. Because, like, Shamrock, Meshach, and Abednego didn't bow to Pharaoh. and that was for a reason. Moses.
No, to
yeah.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Say you were a Christian living in communist China.
Yeah.
I don't think you would be that. Hey, we should do what the government says.
Yeah. Well, like I think in some cases
it would be in public.
Yeah, in some cases, I don't know if you're allowed to preach certain things in China, right? Like, as far as I understand, you have to be kind of underground about it.
Exactly.
And even, like, when it comes to Moses, you know, Moses went to Pharaoh and said, "Let my people go," right? And like, so, yeah, and so these are things that, it's not like as if this is a new concept. We need to make sure we get the context right, and that we're actually in the right on what the right side of the issue is. We need to make sure that we like actually evaluate the situation, but to just write off every single situation as, well, this is not a direct thing of the gospel, so therefore we should do nothing. And it's like, well, is that even biblical? Like, to simply do nothing? Because if people do nothing forever, and if people in the church are only willing to act on issues that are strictly preaching the gospel, like, so in other words, like, we're only going to disobey if they say you can't preach the word. Okay, so if that's the only issue ever that will be like, no, we will not comply with that, then like, I wonder, like, would the slaves have been freed? Would all of these other things throughout history that Christians may have played a pretty big role in, would any of those things have happened if Christians didn't get involved, if the church did not mobilize for good? You know, like, I sometimes we don't give ourselves the proper, we don't do the proper due diligence to really think about, you know, what's this situation, should I get involved, and for what reasons, and what does the word say about this, and is this something that, you know, God wants us to play a good part in, or is this something we're meant to not get involved with? And that's something that people need to have the conversation. But I think some pastors are just like noping out right away and being like, no, we should not do this. And it's like, well, like, we need to talk. People need to just talk it out, like, hear people out, you know.
I don't think you can buy skates. Sorry, I don't think you can buy skates without, like.
What was that?
I don't think you can buy skates at Salvation Army, or if you can, you probably buy with a foot.
I mean, finding skates at like a thrift store, I mean, that could be big hit or miss, if they even have skates.
Exactly. Oh man, guys, come on! I need to get to the.
Okay, Pat King is not live anymore.
Impact King?
No, the real Pat King. He was another guy that's kind of doing some coverage.
Up for delivery? Oh yeah, this is arriving today by 10 p.m. What the heck? Amazon packages. I can't believe it took over 2 months for a table to come. Like a dining table. And look at my skates.
Okay, okay, there's a few live streams still going. Mostly Facebook, it seems.
Whoa, Proform Sport treadmill, 5.5 treadmill. I don't even know what that. Regular $2,500 on sale, $7.99.
Oh wow! The only thing that wasn't impacted by supply chain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Treadmills?
I'm sorry.
Treadmills weren't impacted? Cannabis everywhere. That's fantastic.
No more mandates. Yes, no more mandates. Anglophones and francophones are uniting for freedom. Never seen this.
A lot of French people there.
Yeah, like Cambex D said, never seen this many Quebec and Alberta flags in one protest.
Yeah, seriously. And like the French people had their stuff.
Remember, we're just a small fringe minority.
I guess it is the politician, leader of Quebec, Legault. Be vaccinated.
Oh, I don't know. Government outreach is coming to an end. Massive truck convoy heading to Washington after Ottawa. Wow, so apparently, according to the Epoch Times, government overreach is coming to an end. That's a quote. Massive truck convoy heading to Washington after Ottawa. So, I mean...
I heard they're doing the same thing. I heard they're doing the same thing in Australia.
Oh, dude, so the trucker convoy is going worldwide.
Yeah, like, people are like, oh, this is just a small fringe minority.
Yeah, small fringe minority, yes, always.
Driving my cab over from Fort Erie. I don't know how many times yesterday.
I don't think so. Left on Greenbank. Well, I mean, if they don't have these at Play It Against Sports, maybe I will.
Play It Against Sports. Dude, is that a chain? I thought that was only in one of the cities I know. Interesting. Okay, might be a chain store.
You got chains. Chain breaker.
There we go.
I hope my phone's not frozen. Please be with me. Bear with me here. My phone has been non-stop for 7 days. I've been getting telephone calls, emails from Canadians who think that the truckers are the only one that are...
Somebody testify.
You, Canadians, are bringing hope to Canada.
All right.
I can tell you the life continues on in the suburbs without any.
I'm working on opening
my going on that.
And my hands are shaking because it's
On my way to Barhaven.
Yep.
That's what I couldn't believe yesterday.
They should have Barhaven.
Flying on the bridges. The hockey sticks were
Those on my way to Barhaven and light traffic is moving normally. Don't be mistaken.
I want to say, to see the spots that I seen yesterday, I'm telling you, the proverb of smiles go a mile. Well, I want to tell you, Canada, the smiles you showed us yesterday went to the sun and back. And I'm telling you today, the smiles I'm seeing from here.
All right, John, I'm going to let you go.
Okay, dude.
Yep, thanks for...
Any links you find, like what's that one that you were saying to me as the team?
Yeah, okay, I'll send you some of the Facebook live stream links.
Okay.
All right, thanks for being on the ground for me today.
No worries. I hope you got some decent footage from that.
It was a little choppy, but it was something. It was still good to have somebody, just another person on the ground there. So thanks very much for that. Take care. God bless, brother.
Take care.
See ya. Okay.
I want to tell you a little story. I had to put it on the road temporarily so I could actually have a truck to drive instead of my pickup. All my drivers were fighting over taking their own trucks. So I put a cab over back on the road. I got a picture. The truck's been on the news.
Monsieur le Beaucheron.
Hey, Loganine!
Oh, Maxime Bernier! There we go. Here's the guy.
First of all, I'm very pleased that you are here. Loganine was part of that convoy, and I'm very proud of you, Loganine, and every Canadian.
We're proud of you, Maxime. Isn't this amazing? Thank you for standing with the truckers. We don't have O'Toole here. I know he's trying to get in on the last minute.
We don't want him. We just want O'Toole and Trudeau to resign. Just resign. We're ready for an election, and we will fight for what we believe with passion and conviction.
Maxime, will you please run for Prime Minister next time around? That should be
I will, and I count on you. We'll have candidates all across the country that BBC is the body that is fighting for individual freedom, personal responsibility, respect and fairness, no more segregation, no more division. So I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank our truckers all across the country. They are giving hope to thousands of Canadians that the end is coming. And I want to thank you very much. It's a huge grassroots movement, and that's only the beginning.
We love you, Maxime! Maxime for President!
It's good to see him out. Good to see him out. I didn't expect to see him in the crowd like that, but I thought he might be on a stage or something. Makes sense that he's there, though. Some people might think that they're chanting vaccines, so I mean I can see how that would go south maybe, but yeah, maybe you just gotta quote PPC or Bernier or something like that, or Max Bernier.
I'm talking with Max, right? I got to talk to him about an hour ago as well too. It's just awesome. Four interviews with him over stream. I finally get to see the man in person.
That's so awesome.
But the Christian Heritage Party is also a party that stands for all freedom.
So we're getting all the different independent parties that are.
Thank you,
Jack
Canada.
Posobiec saying Joe Rogan is the media's new Trump. I mean, fair enough, although they're not going to have the same success with that. Trudeau left the country because he didn't feel safe. Trudeau is a coward and not fit to serve. That's what Queen Josie of all the Liberty said on Twitter. I don't know if he actually left the country. I don't know if that's true.
Good afternoon, my name is Carl Krebs. I represent a small but very loud group out of Manitoba called Things That Matter. And we are here to give this a message to Mr. Trudeau. We have a seat booked on the train station for you, Mr. Trudeau. I didn't come here to anger you any more than you already are. But the fact of the matter is the truckers have come here not simply for themselves. I am a 14-year veteran of trucking, and when we saw what was happening, we knew it was wrong. Truckers should never have to choose between their paycheck and their health care. Never! So the truckers that have come here today have come here for every Canadian to give back the rights and freedom, the ones that his father entrenched into the Constitution. Those rights are always in play. They are never revoked. And Mr. Trudeau, you are unelected. The coward of the cottage is hiding because he doesn't want to face the voice of Canadians that have come here in a massive humanity to speak against what he's doing to this country. We want children to have their parents watch and play hockey.
Oh, Adam Seuss on the ground from Rebel News. Oh, in Calgary.
We want our churches open, and this country has an opportunity now. This is that moment, as Maxime Bernier said. This is the tipping point where we draw a line and say, no more. You do not pass here, and there is no price we will not pay to defend our freedoms and rights in this country. I am one small fish in a big pond, and you are a voice. Every one of you can do something, and the mask mandates, they end today. And the social distancing ends today. I traveled here in Manitoba, I joined the Convoy to throw our support behind them, and I saw nothing less than Canadians standing up, shoulder to shoulder, grandfathers and mothers teaching their kids what patriotism is. Mr. Trudeau, you have no mandate to govern any longer. That's the people's mandate to you. And as has been said, if we start electing people that respect our Constitution and our Charter of Rights, we will turn this country back in the way it should. We don't need a government to run us. We've had far too much of government representation to the people. It's the people that need to be represented to the government.
To get the vaccine. had to say was get a vaccine to the truckers. And now he's trying to seem like he's part of this. No, the man of the people, he's Maxine. He's been with the people for over 2 years. Actually, since 2019.
You are not part of this movement. You, sir, are part of the problem, along with all of the politicians that have been hiding in these buildings. These buildings belong to the people of Canada. Every single
I mean, that's an
one of
interesting
you has a
perspective.
vote.
Where I mean, technically,
And
don't the buildings
whatever you're
belong to
gonna
the
do with
people
your
if they're
healthcare
tax
choices,
paid
that's
for?
between you and your doctor and God. No government has the right to mandate your choice on healthcare. So coming here today is not without purpose. The truck drivers are not going to leave empty-handed. We want a deal and we want it now.
There you go. There you go. The people have spoken.
Stay here as long as we have to. Stand together. Every one of you. It's lovely to see your smiling faces.
So it seems
We
like
have sent a message
the
to
only
Trudeau.
guy that
You,
might cause
sir,
trouble
have
is
heard
there's
from the
somebody who
people.
Viva
No
Fry
more.
was calling an agent provocateur,
God bless
and
you
the
all.
guy who he's calling an agent provocateur
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
brought like a
we're
Confederate
just gonna
flag
keep
to a
peace
Canadian
on the
protest, so I
stage.
mean they're reaching.
But look at how many of you do
But
not
like,
think it's time
so
for
you
a
got
little
one
round of
guy
Canada?
that is suspicious.
I'll
Other
try
than
and
that,
choose a good note. I don't want to have
Canadian
a street
flags,
fight behind me.
province flags,
But we'll go.
Quebec
oh,
flags. Yeah. I mean, like, you're gonna tell me that these guys are far right? Like, give me a break. People need to like just face the music, you know. You just got Canadians that want freedom back. They just want their lives back.
With glowing hearts, we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Here we go. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for
I'm not really belting it out or anything right now, but yeah, it's good to. Oh man, it kind of like times like this will make you think about the anthem in a new and different and better light. You know, like and really listen to it, and it's like get back to the
Adopt a
fundamentals.
trucker now from the French team. C'est notre ami and Camonier de Québec.
Québec.
Allô Québec, allô tout le monde.
And the fact that like all this was done with no help from like legit companies, I think this is just people that brought their equipment and just set up. I think I could be wrong, but I think this is just people just set up.
This is history. C'est l'histoire qui se produit devant nos yeux. On est en train d'écrire l'histoire avec nos cœurs. L'amour qu'il y a ici, ce n'est qu'ici qu'on peut voir ça, c'est incroyable. Malgré les millions qui ont
we know how we feel.
l'amour est plus fort que nous. On a
Do it again. Let's get it again. Do it again. Run it.
That's
it. Fight for freedom, baby. You gotta fight. Drop the things. Get over here. There's room. There's room.
There's room. There's room.
We're gonna squish like sardines.
I'm telling you, wait right now. Wait, watch for the media to call this an Omicron super spreader event. Regardless of whether it happened or not. I mean, people are probably going to spread stuff, but I mean, that thing spreads like crazy anyway. Like,
So we're all here for
some
one
things
good
are worth the risk.
reason, and we need to stay here for one good reason, our freedom.
Yeah. I mean, sooner or later, you got to get back to, you got to live your life.
I want
Sooner or later, you got to live your life.
to
You know, that's what it comes down
somebody
to. There's
beside
always
him.
going to be risk.
We have to make a
You got to live your life.
chain
Civil
to show the love
disobedience.
that we can
Touch
share.
each other.
The world is looking at us today. Wow.
It's a shame that Archer isn't here. I don't know if Archer Pawlowski made it or not.
Stay with
It'd be
us.
great to have him
We're gonna make the
speak
train.
here as well,
It's
just see what he has to
happen.
say.
It's already happening. Thank you, everyone. Merci tout le monde.
Oh, you beautiful people. I've got a couple more speakers. Everybody wants to talk. Does anybody have any music that we can plug into this thing? Because, has anybody got a patch cord? We need an 18. All right. Who's up next? We have this, our fine gentleman here in the Burton pants. We've got a representative from Métis Nation, everybody, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, hello, Canada. Colin Big Bear Ross here from the Métis Nation. So this is what a small fringe minority looks like, hey? Wow. They got some nerve on the news, don't they? Apparently 125 trucks showed up today from Alberta. This looks like about 500,000 to me, doesn't it? But to get down to business here, ladies and gentlemen, this is about freedom. This is about the future generations. This is why we're here. All right? On us, our body, our choice. This is where we make our stand. All right? This is where we stand up for the future generation of Canada. I like how they call this racist, eh? And a Métis guy's on the microphone.
Exactly.
Yeah, fuck you, Trudeau. Fuck you, Trudeau.
Dude.
And I know we just want to get the mandates dropped, but I think we got to take it up a new notch, all right? We need to ask Justin Trudeau to resign once and for all.
Dude.
And a part of my people, this is dear to my heart, we need to get clean water for our Indigenous.
Exactly. It's like, how is it that hard? You know what I mean? Like, if the government really wanted to do it, it'd probably already be done.
We need to take serious missing women and men Indigenous as well. And we need to take serious our reconciliation as well with our Indigenous.
Tackle
this
all
is
the
dear
issues.
to my heart.
Just tackle all the issues, man. And if
All
we really
right,
wanted
I love
to do
you
it,
all.
it could be probably done pretty quick.
Let's bring this all together. Let's be humble. Let's be peaceful. Do not give in to liberal tactics. All right?
Yeah,
I
this
love
guy,
you all.
this guy's pretty red-pilled. There we go. He's not getting manipulated. He's
All
not getting
right,
emotionally
ladies and
manipulated.
gentlemen, we have a celebrity from alternative
He knows
media
what's up.
here to speak with you. This mic is now no longer COVID safe.
Okay, the live stream I think is repeated now. Because when I first tuned in, this is what it was playing, so they might be looping stuff now. So I'm now going to go to. I'm gonna try to find other coverage. Right now, I don't know, man. Yeah, Pat King's not going anymore. I don't know that Rebel News is going anymore either. Yeah, I think their streams ended. See, this is the tough thing, is that if you're not on the ground, it's tough to actually, like, it's tough to actually, like, get a continuous feed of events when you're not there, you know? Okay, so there's lots of live stuff on Facebook. So we got something from so this is Mid-Michigan Now. Okay. This is Community TV.
The ones who said, you know what, you forced our hand, it's time to do something, but their action has inspired.
Okay, so is this the People's Radio Canada as well? And so this is interesting. I think this is in CJ TV Media LLC. I think is this looks like it's in the US. Yeah, I don't know. So it seems like this is becoming a North American thing. If my friend John is correct, it might
Sorry guys, I'm messing with the tele.
a bit of a global thing. Yeah. So we got lots of stuff going on here. So shout out to Mid-Michigan Now. Shout out to all the independent journalists that are just actually like doing something. Like trying to save some bandwidth here. Dude. He's doing what I'm doing. I'm trying to save some bandwidth here. It's a beautiful time, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful time.
Check level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I don't know what this is about now.
12 ladybugs at the ladybug picnic.
I don't know what's going on here.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
What? Huh? Okay, well, we got VidStorm on YouTube. VidStorm. This is a bit of a better resolution here.
Give us facts, not propaganda. You know, it's funny because every once in a while someone's going to argue with me about what we're here about today. And they say, well, I saw it on the 6 o'clock news. I'm like, that's 6 o'clock propaganda. So thank you. Let's hear it for the independent media here today.
Woo! Independent media.
We have Corey here from Bruce, Ontario. Put your hands together for Corey. You know who the media doesn't talk about is small town Ontario. And you know who keeps this area going is small town Ontario.
Small
Leave
town
our
Ontario.
children alone. Keep the jobs out of their shoulders. And let that working man work.
Repping the FXR brand. Probably not sponsored.
Check everybody's ass, and these corporations won't let them go to work. And let them go to work. I have farmers right there. Let's check everybody's asses. Leave us alone. Stick in your building over there. Stay on your computer and take your mask and wipe your ass. Thank you, Corey from Bruce, Ontario.
I want our lives back.
Now, one thing we have to
I want our lives back. I want our freedom back. I just want normal. Is that what I want? I pray it's what I want. I hope it's what I want. Just
It's not us dividing each other.
want our lives back.
Politicians trying to divide us. And we're not going to allow that. The next gentleman has a story just along those lines. How because of the job, his house was divided. Come on up here. What's your name? Name's Josh. How's everybody doing today? Awesome. I am so happy to see everybody out here. It's unbelievable. You guys are all warriors for being here. Now, when the pandemic started, I was unvaccinated, and I chose to stay unvaccinated. And unfortunately, it's led to a lot of division in my house. I was kicked out of my house for being unvaccinated. But you know what? I can't debate. I can't believe it that this day would come. I can't believe it. I believe in all of you here today. I believe in all of you. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I love you all. Thanks for coming out. And I love you all. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. All right. Who do we have up here next? Someone coming up. Oh, there we go. What's your name? All right, we have Maggie. Come on out. Cheers for Maggie. We will not much. That was amazing. Amazing. Okay, now we have something else here for you. Come on up, children. Yeah. You know,
We got the kids involved.
these brave young children, they're the reason why we're here today. What's your name? Okay, we have Cedric here. Cedric, talk loud in the microphone, okay?
Je suis allée porter mon masque tout le temps à l'école. Parce que là, je fais 8 ans de la journée, j'allais tout le temps en classe. Et en plus, je le porte encore même quand il y a de l'éducation physique. Puis ils nous disent de porter des manteaux, des automobiles, parce que pour ouvrir les fenêtres, à cause qu'on a un masque, puis il fait frais. Puis je trouve ça juste niaiseux, puis c'est gossant.
Look at all these people. Look at that. Just look at it. And that's just in this spot.
I'm so happy that all of you guys were here because
That thing's still not live.
there's been so much. I haven't been inducted and I have not been honored in so many places to the point I'm sitting at the back of my class all by myself because no one wants to honor.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Woo!
Just to see everyone here today respecting and honoring and all these people is just so amazing. And it really makes me hope.
Yep, people it's in the air. That good spirit, that good vibe. Trail mix.
That we're all standing here and that
I'm not popping pills here. It's trail mix.
don't comply and stand your ground.
Hi, my name is Maya. Just like Alexa, a lot has been taken from me these past 2 years, and I just want my freedom back. I will not comply. I'm so proud to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You are our future. They are our future. They are our future. We need to protect them.
That's right, that's right.
All right, who do we have next? Who do we have coming up now? Sorry about that.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. We had some amazing speakers here that came to speak from the heart. They came with their message of peace. But first and foremost, I want to bring this back to the truckers. The reason we're all here today. Grand merci aux camionneurs. They drove here from coast to coast to coast just to see us united here for our freedom. They led the convoy. Their determination brought us here together, and we are standing strong with our truckers.
Yeah.
I'd like everybody to take a moment and look around them when you're at home and see all of the things that truckers brought to our store shelves. The food in our grocery stores, the gas in your cars. We would not have that without truckers. Truckers are essential. We are all essential. And freedom is essential. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, well, on that note, I will exit out of that stuff because I have to get going pretty soon, very soon. But thank you guys for all those who tuned in. Hopefully I made you think, ask questions, things like that. Hopefully I managed to find some good content. But regardless, we gotta